선생님 저희 리허설 한번 해요.
국내 연사 아니 그거 말고 춤 말고.
왜 안 오시는 거야? 네, 오셨으니까 할게요. 지금 유튜브는 유튜브 링크도 올렸어요, 팀장님? 전화 오겠어. 전화 오겠어. 수정 씨 이거 끝나면 무전기 배포하시고 위에다가도 무전기 하나 갖다 주세요. 됐어요? 이제 시작해도 돼요? 네. 네, 지금 9시 30분이에요. 9시 30분 대기하면 지금 유튜브랑 줌 다 된 거예요. 그 유튜브 한 번만 확인하고 넘어갈까요? 네, 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 후 키움사르 2020 국제연구학술대회 온라인 개회식이 시작될 예정입니다. 올해 처음 한국에서 개최되는 키움 SAR 2020 국제학술대회는 코비드 확산 방지를 위해 온라인으로 개최됩니다. 모든 행사는 공식 홈페이지를 통해 신청할 수 있으며 한영 동시통역이 함께 진행되오니 홈페이지 온라인 컨퍼런스홀에서 채널을 다시 한번 확인하신 후 참석하시기 바랍니다. 메인 세션의 영어는 1번, 메인 세션의 한국어는 2번, 그리고 오후에 있을 동시 세션 영어는 3번째, 한국어는 4번째 채널입니다. 네, 키움 SAR 2020 국제연구학술대회는 한국한의학연구원 미국 팀 연구 학회가 공동 주최하고 과학기술정보통신부 하고 후원으로 진행됩니다. 이것도 그냥 그대로 내보내기로 했나요? 유튜브에서? 이거 요거 두 번 진행할게요. 9시 30분이니까 두 번 하는 거 맞죠? 사전 안내. 아니 사전 안내를 두 번 해서 인트로 영상은 마지막 거에서 해주세요. 네, 인트로 영상 나왔고요. 여러분 안녕하십니까? 사회자 주세요. 사회자 화면 주세요. 그럼 인트로 영상 들어가는 것부터 체크할까요? 그 전에 한번 읽어볼게요. 네, 키움 SAR 2020 국제연구학술대회는 오늘 열리는 개회식을 시작으로 3일간 기조 세션 및 심포지아 세션, 워크숍, 구조 발표, 포스터 발표 등 다양한 학술 프로그램이 진행될 예정이니 많은 참여와 관심 부탁드립니다. 네, 여러분 안녕하십니까? 키움 SAR 2020 사회자 주셔야 되는데 이거를 잡고 갈까요? 저 언제 할 수 있는 거예요? 네, 여러분 안녕하십니까? 키움 SAR 2020 국제연구학술대회 행사의 사회를 맡은 서아림입니다. 오늘 이렇게 뜻깊은 자리에 함께 하게 되어서 무척 영광입니다. 이거 다시 안 해봐도 돼요? 이거 사회자 처음 들어가는 거 안 해봐도 돼요? 네, 그럼 지금부터 키움 SAR 2020 국제연구학술대회 개회식을 시작하겠습니다. 이때 주시지 않았어요? 음향 감독님 이때 주셨는데. 그럼 지금부터 키움 SAR 2020 국제연구학술대회 개회식을 시작하겠습니다. 네, 수정국사는 헷갈리는 건가? 이거 이때 그냥 짧게라도 주시는 게 좋지 않아요?
저작권 안 걸리는 걸로 드려야 되는데 그러려면은 무료 중에서 빡빡이 같은 게 없어요.
알고 계시던데 뭐 김기영 감독님 그럼 이따 맞춰주세요. 국제연구학술대회는 침과 전토의학 연구에서 실제까지 동서양을 잇는다는 주제로 개최됩니다. 이번 학회에서 우리는 동서양 전통의학의 연구 및 임상적 유감을 모색하고 미래 전통의학의 연구 방향을 정립할 예정입니다. 본 행사는 한국한의학연구원 침연구 학회가 공동 주최하고 과학기술정보통신부 요때 이거 보건복지부 국가과학기술연구회 대한한의사협회 대한한의학회 네네네네 하고요. 그리고 후원으로 진행됩니다. 네, 그럼 먼저 개회식의 첫 번째 순서로 김종렬 원장님의 개회사가 있겠습니다. 모두 큰 박수로 모시겠습니다. 네, 정리되면 중앙 포디움 있다고 생각하시고요. 주세요. 네, 원장님 올라가셨고요. 지금 여기 프롬프터에 원장님 내용 나오는 거죠? 개회사 내용. 프롬프터에 원장님 개회사 내용 나오는 거죠?
네, 나가고 있습니다.
네, 원장님 말씀 하셨고요. 아니요, 이거 한번 해볼게요.
그러니까 더 들어가라고.
옆에 LED 안 보이죠?
야, 홍보님 네가 하자고. 네가 저 붙어. 저거 형기가. 아니 카메라를 붙여하고.
왼쪽
거기서
버튼
센터하고 센터 붙어가고.
잡혔어요? 화면 잘 나와요?
포디움 타이틀 안 하기로 한 거야?
타이틀
타이틀
나가면
나가면
찍은 거잖아요.
타이틀 나가면 LED가 양쪽에 나와가고요. 저렇게 가게 됐어요, 원장님.
네, 그거 안 보이게 하기로 했어요.
네네. 원장님 말씀하셨고요. 네, 원장님 말씀 끝났습니다. 네, 원장님 감사합니다. 다음은 미국에서 온라인으로 참석해주고 계신데요. 준제이마오 공동회장 SAR님이 환영사가 있겠습니다. 이거 다시 갈까요?
그러니까 예, 들리나요? 하나, 둘, 셋.
네, 들립니다.
들리겠습니다.
이거
하나, 둘, 셋. 마이크.
이거 동시 통역 좀 확인해 주세요. 감독님 이거 영어로 나오고 있는 중인데 한국어 통역하는 것 좀 해주세요.
네, 들려요.
들어주세요.
잘 나가죠?
핸드폰이 없어요. 유튜브.
너무 잘.
네, 들려요. 네, 회장님 감사합니다. 다음은 키움 SAR 2020 국제연구학술대회 성공적인 개최를 위해 많은 분들께서 축하 영상을 보내주셨는데요. 먼저 과학기술정보통신부 최기영 장관님을 시작으로 보건복지부 박능우 장관님 그리고 이사장님 마지막으로 최동 회장님의 축하 영상을 시청하도록 하겠습니다.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to be here with all of you for the opening of the Kiom Sar 2020 International Research Conference. I'm Choi Gi-young, Minister of Science and ICT of the Republic of Korea.
다음 영상 주세요.
First of all, I would like to congratulate the opening of this 20th
박능우
안녕하십니까?
장관님, 네.
대한민국 보건복지부 장관 박능우입니다.
지금 이것도 통역 다 돼야 돼요. 유튜브에
키움
소리
SAR
다 나와야
2020
돼요.
영어 채널 테스팅하겠습니다. 영어 채널 테스팅하겠습니다. 테스팅 마이크를 테스트 중입니다. 하나 둘 셋. 영어
It's
테스팅하겠습니다.
my great pleasure as well as an honor to say a few words at the opening session of the 20th
그다음에
International
최도영 회장님
Conference.
영상 주세요.
좋은 아침입니다. 저는
네, 영어 채널 테스팅하겠습니다. 테스팅
최도영입니다.
마이크를 테스트 중입니다. 하나 둘 셋. 영어 채널 테스팅하겠습니다.
네, 소중한 말씀 감사드립니다. 이어서 미래지향적 전통의학 약물 연구 단일 약제에서 복합 처방 연구의 단계로라는 주제로 기조 세션 1을 시작하겠습니다. 이번 세션은 한국한의학연구원 이준환 왜 우리 이거 세션 1 설명하는 거 있지 않았어요? 여기서 그 화면 아니에요? 다이 팀장님? 못 봤어요. 이 화면으로. 본 세션 종료 후 Q&A가 진행될 예정이니 질의가 있으신 분은 공식 홈페이지 온라인 컨퍼런스 홀 맨 아래 댓글창에 질문을 남겨주시면 감사하겠습니다. 그럼 이준환 박사님을 모셔보겠습니다. 자장님 잡고 넘기는 게 좋지 않아요? 전체. 네. 안녕하세요. 키움 SAR 2020 국제연구학술대회 첫 세션의 자장을 맡아 영광입니다. 그럼 지금부터 기조 세션 1을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 첫 번째 발표자를 소개해드리겠습니다. 미국 누구입니다. 호흡 박사님께서는 뭐뭐 주제로 제목으로 발표해 주시겠습니다. 호흡 박사님 준비되면 시작해 주세요. 여기 아까 카메라는 잡은 거죠? 아까 위치 확인한 거예요? 여기도 다시 와요? 포디움 끌고 와요? 여기서 발표하실 거예요. 아까 잡은 거 아니에요? 아니, 지금 카메라만 확인한 거예요. 네, 첫 번째 발표자를 소개드리겠습니다. 네, 박사님 준비되시면 시작해 주시죠. 줌. 준비되면 말씀 주세요.
하나, 둘, 셋.
그럼 자장님이 첫 번째 소개하는 것부터 다시 할게요. 네, 첫 번째 발표자를 소개드리겠습니다. 미국 어디에 호흡님입니다. 호흡 박사님께서는 뭐뭐라는 제목으로 발표해 주시겠습니다. 호흡 박사님 준비되시면 시작해 주시죠.
하나, 둘, 셋.
네, 감독님 그 페이지 몇 개 넘겨봐
예,
주시는
핸드폰으로
거.
넘길 수 있나요?
네, 그러면 네, 넘겼다고 하고요. 이거 꼭 체크해 주셔야 될 것 같아요. 이거 수정 씨가 체크하나요? 네, 발표를 해주신 호 박사님께 감사합니다. 네, 한약 분야 연구자들에게 정말 의미 있는 정보였습니다. 다음은 신현규 박사님을 소개하겠습니다. 신현규 박사님은 뭐뭐뭐뭐 소속이라는 주제로 발표를 해주시겠습니다. 이게 현장이니까 이렇게 있는 거 맞죠? 현장 발표. 네. 네, 발표하셨고요. 네, 발표 끝났습니다. 전통 한약 처방에 대한 훌륭한 연구에 대해 발표해 주신 신현규 박사님 감사합니다. 다음 발표는 한국한의학진흥원 한의학혁신기술개발사업단의 박민정 단장님의 Toward the Next Step 뭐뭐뭐입니다. 네, 자료 몇 개 한 번만 넘겨봐 주실래요? 우리 어제 이거 16대 9빌로 변경한 거라 한 번만 쭉 확인해 주세요. 빠르게. 제가 넘기고 있어요, 지금. 네. 감사합니다. 발표를 해주신 박민정 단장님 감사합니다. 그럼 이제 기조 세션 1회 마지막 연자이신 강승우님을 모시고 뭐뭐라는 제목으로 발표 청하겠습니다. 네, 발표를 하셨고요. 발표 끝났습니다. 네, 한의학 FDA NDI 승인 사례에 대해 이야기해 주셔서 감사합니다. 강승우 이사님의 성과에 매우 감명받았습니다. 이제부터 참가자들과 함께 Q&A를 준비하겠습니다. 네, 지금 홈페이지에 여러 개의 질문이 있네요. 먼저 첫 번째 발표를 해주신 크레이그 홉님께 드리는 질문입니다. 네, 질문이 이런 게 있었고요. 답변 부탁드립니다. 네. 답변해 주셨고요. 다음은 신현규 박사님께 드리는 질문인데요. 이건 어떻게 생각하시나요? 이게 왜 이렇게 나오죠? 네, 질문하셨고요. 네, 질문 답변 받았어요. 다음은 박민정 단장님께 질문 드리겠습니다. 이에 대해 답변 부탁드립니다. 네, 현장이었고요. 네, 마지막으로 강승우 이사님께 질문입니다. 이런 질문을 주셨는데요. 답변 부탁드릴게요. 이때 좌장이랑 막 답변하시는 분이랑 왔다 갔다 하시는 거죠? 네, 발표해주신 연사들과 참여해주신 모든 참가자분들 감사드립니다. 이상 기조 세션 1을 마치겠습니다. 네, 이것으로 기조 세션 1을 모두 마쳤습니다. 발표를 진행해주신 연사분들과 자장님께 감사 인사드리며 잠시 휴식 시간을 가진 후에 오후 1시 심포지아 세션 1, 2가 동시에 진행될 예정입니다. 심포지아 세션 2는 온라인 컨퍼런스 홀의 4개 채널 중 영어는 3번째 채널, 한국어는 4번째 채널에서 참여하실 수 있습니다. 많은 참여와 관심을 부탁드립니다. 네, 그 다음에 안내방송으로 계속 넘어가는 거죠. 근데 이게 안내방송이 이게 맞아요? 세션 1인데? 어제 이거 간지 한번 나온 다음에 간지랑 이거랑 왔다 갔다 해주신다고 어제 하셨다가 10분 전에 현장화면 하기로 했어요. 그죠? 우리 그러니까 그건 알고 있는데 저희 우리 일 플래너리 1 끝난 다음에 어제 정리된 게 메모해 놓은 게 간지를 한 다음에 지금 뭐 심포지아 세션이 시작된다는 거 요 내용 왔다 갔다 그냥 한 번씩 바꿔주고 그런 다음에 10분 전에 현장 화면으로 정리했었다고요. 네, 그러면 지금 심포지아 세션 1은 계속 돌아가고 있는 거예요. 그죠? 네, 심포지아 세션 1은 계속 진행됐다고 하고 그 다음에 Q&A로 바로 넘어갈게요. 네. 됐어요? 지금 영상 확인되고 있는 거예요?
그러니까 저 다음 판 좀 저기 해놓고서 거기다가 딱 고정시켜주라고 플레이만 되게끔 밑으로 내려놓고 다음 판 플레이어 넣고 해고서 스틸을 잡아놓으라고 바로 플레이할 수 있게끔. 거기서 나가요 지금 플레이가 안 나가.
이거 모니터 확장도 안 해놔서 그런 거 아니에요?
모니터 확대하네요.
감성이
이거는 이 시간대에 다 맞춰놔야겠다, 그죠? 세션 이 들어가기 전에 심포지아 들어가기 전에. 네, 영상 다 본 걸로 할까요? 그러면 이게 그냥 지금 플래너 리기 끝난 다음에 바로 시작되는 거예요. 우리 시간에 맞춰서 그냥 틀기로 한 거잖아요, 그죠?
And some of the common issues in this age. The changes to the frontal cortex, which involve decision-making and emotional regulation, actually don't finish until about 25 for most girls, and maybe up to about 35 for some boys. So these changes around emotional regulation and decision-making explain a lot about the behaviour during the time of adolescence for these young people. And we don't really know what starts puberty itself, but there's generally, it's understood that the hypothalamus pituitary gonadal feedback loop, which forms part of the endocrine system,
시작할
controls
때
these hormones.
해주실 게 없잖아요,
The
그죠?
process
알고
begins
계시는
with
거예요?
the hypothalamus,
지금 이건
but it's
영상만
not certain
돌리잖아요.
what
그럼 그때 좀 와서
actually kicks that off.
도와주세요.
The hypothalamus monitors levels of sex hormones, and when these levels get too low, the hypothalamus signals the pituitary gland.
네, 영상
The
다 본
pituitary
거예요?
gland signals the gonads to produce more hormone.
네, 다음은 Q&A를 진행하겠습니다. 지금 홈페이지에 여러 개의 질문이 있네요. 먼저 첫 번째 발표해 주신 누구에게 드리는 질문입니다. 이런 질문을 해주셨는데요. 답변 부탁드릴게요. 이거 다 온라인이잖아, 답변. 답변 이거 다 온라인이잖아. 줌조에서 줌. 네, 다음은 누구님께 드리는 질문인데요. 이에 대해 답변 부탁드립니다. 네, 다음은 클라우디아 시코비티님께 드리는 질문인데요. 이에 대해 답변 부탁드릴게요. 네, 마지막으로 저에게 들어온 질문인데요. 이런 질문을 주셨어요. 이에 대해서 일단 저장, 그죠? 답변 드리겠습니다. 근데 여기서 현장화면 다 보여주기로 했었어요? 다 온라인인데? 자장이 외국인인데 자꾸 여기를 보여주니까 하는 말이에요. 화면이 보이니까 그러니까 정리해 보면 심포지아는 그냥 다 온라인이라고요. 네. 없다고. 다 그냥 우리 딱 심포지아 세션이 딱 시간 되면 영상 틀고 영상 끝나고 난 다음에 저장님이랑 Q&A 하는데 이게 다 온라인이라고. 아니 그러니까 이걸 해주시기로 했잖아요. 이때 해달라고요. 네, 심포지아 요거 할 때는 감독님께서 해주세요. 그냥 참여자잖아요. 네, 그럼 심포지아 세션 요약할게요. 발표해주신 연사들과 참여해주신 모든 참가자분들 감사드립니다. 이상 심포지아 세션 1을 마치겠습니다. 감사합니다. 네, 심포지엄 2 세션 준비하는 화면 주세요. 네. 네, 그럼 기조 세션 2 진행할게요. 네, 안녕하세요. 키움 SAR 2020 국제연구 학술대회 기조 세션 2의 저장을 맡은 한국한의학연구원 임상의학부 이명수입니다. 이번 세션은 저장을 맡게 되어 영광입니다. 이번 학술대회의 성공을 위해 응원하겠습니다. 이번 세션은 총 3명의 연사께서 발표해 주실 예정인데요. 네, 3분의 발표가 끝나고 실시간 Q&A를 진행하도록 할 건데 하단에 질문 남겨주세요. 그럼 지금부터 기조 세션 1을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 첫 번째 발표는 호주 RMIT 대학에서 진쟁님의 뭐뭐뭐뭐입니다. 이거 화상이에요. 준비되면 주세요. 사람이 없어요? 줌이? 이때는 실제로 또 좀 소개 멘트가 짧을 것 같은데. 네, 발표할 거고요. 발표 진행되고 있고요. 발표가 끝났습니다. 네, 발표해 주신 진쟁 교수님 감사합니다. 다음은 맨쟁 박사님께서 이때 준비하고 계셔야 돼요. 맨쟁 박사님께서 뭐뭐뭐뭐뭐뭐뭐뭐뭐뭐라는 제목으로 발표를 해 주시겠습니다. 네. 뭐 하는 거지? 그럼 이거 시나리오에 그렇게 써 있으면 고쳐주세요, 각자. 그럼 줌으로 하는 거예요. 네, 발표해 주신 맨쟁님 감사합니다. 마지막으로 호주 RMIT 대학에서 누구를 모시고 어떤 제목으로 발표를 듣겠습니다. 네, 이것도 온라인으로 진행될 거고요. 됐어요? 지금 이거 지금 발표.
세 번째 발표한 거예요. 지금 제니 레이톤까지 한 거잖아요. 지금 제니 레이톤 하고 있는 거예요.
네, 그러면 네, 제니 레이톤 끝났어요. 발표해 주신 제니 레이톤님 감사합니다. 다음은 Q&A를 진행하겠습니다. 지금 홈페이지에 여러 개의 질문이 있는데요. 먼저 첫 번째 그러니까 실제적으로 할 때는 자장님이나 뭐 누가 끝나고 좀 정리를 할 거라서 시간이 좀 있을 것 같기는 한데 그래도 우리가 조금 이게 좀 연결 상태가 버벅되면 바로 뭐 현장 중계든 타이틀이든 막아주세요. 네, 그래서 질문 주셨고요. 답변 주세요. 네, 줌이랑 왔다 갔다 하고 다음은 맨쟁님께 드리는 질문인데요. 이건 어떻게 생각하실까요? 네, 쟁님이 대답을 해주시고요. 네, 쟁님이 한번 여기서 말을 못하죠, 그죠? 네, 마지막으로 제니 레이토님께 드리는 질문입니다. 이런 질문을 주셨는데요. 답변을 부탁드릴게요. 그러면 줌 화면 한 번 더 나오고, 네. 발표해주신 연사들과 참여해주신 모든 참가자분들에게 감사드립니다. 오늘의 마지막 프로그램인 기조 세션 2를 마치겠습니다. 내일은 대한민국 서울 기준 오전 9시 30분부터 기조 세션 3이 메인 세션 채널에서 시작되며 오전 9시부터는 워크숍 1이 동시 세션 채널에서 시작됩니다. 이 외에도 기조 세션 4, 심포지엄, 오럴 프레젠테이션 다양한 프로그램이 많이 준비되어 있으니까 내일도 많이 참여 부탁드립니다. 요거 할 때 우리 현장 중계 내보내기로 했죠, 마지막에. 그죠? 그럼 마지막에 좀 끝날 때는 뭐 이렇게 좀 수장 공사 때처럼 이렇게 땡겨서 끊어주시는 거죠? 아니 이렇게 끝날 때 좀 이렇게 줌아웃 하면서 끝나는 거죠? 네, 그렇게 좀 현장 중계 하다가 마지막에 끝날 때 이렇게 막 뒤로 빼면서 끝내주세요. 뭐가? 뭐 잘못 설명했어요? 마지막에 현장 중계라며.
끝맺음만 다시 한 번만 해보실래요?
우리 근데 이거 할 때 어제 대표님이랑 했을 때는 풀샷 여기 잡고 끝내. 알았어. 그러면 마지막 거 한 번만 더 할게요. 그러면 이거를 네 그냥 초반 부분에는 이거 현장 중계를 잡아주고 있다가 그 다음에는 감독님께서 해주세요. 네, 발표해주신 연사들과 참여해주신 모든 참가자분들에게 감사드립니다. 이상 오늘의 마지막 프로그램인 기조 세션 2를 마치겠습니다. 내일은 대한민국 서울 기준 오전 9시 30분부터 기조 세션 3이 메인 세션 채널에서 시작되며 오전 9시부터 워크숍 1이 동시 세션 채널에서 시작됩니다. 그 외에도 기조 세션 4, 심포지아 세션 3, 오랄 프리젠테이션 1, 2 등 다양한 프로그램이 많이 준비되어 있으니까 내일도 많이 참여해 주시기 바랍니다. 감사합니다. 네, 그러니까 그 전에 빼주세요. 그 해주시다 보니까. 네. 바로 가주세요. 그러면 저기 감독님께서 왜 앉아 계시면 이렇게 뒤로 빼듯이 끝내주시면 이거 멘트에 맞춰서 네 이렇게 그러면. 한번 돌려보신다고요? 네. 바로 준비되어 있어요. 원장님께서 한번 보신다는 거죠? 그냥 저희는 되는데 감독님도 뭐 화장실 한 번씩만 갔다 오고 15분쯤. 네, 25분. 지금 유튜브는 다 멈춰주세요. 그러면 줌만 살아남겨 주시고 이거 꺼주셔도 돼요.
저게 낫지. 근데 저게 속도가 맞춰주나? 들으면서 이렇게 해주나?
우리가 넘겨줘? 우리가 넘겨줘? 우리가 계속 우리가 넘겨? 아니 넘겨주시는 거죠?
그것까지 그렇게 해보지 뭐. 내가 넘기는 게 낫죠.
저희 이렇게 요 버튼을 누르시면
파란 걸로. 빨간 건 꼭 뒤로.
네네네.
as well as staff members of SAR and Kiom. 이렇게. They have worked very hard for the conference for the last one and for the last 1.5 year. 이 들어가는 게 맞아? 1.5 year야? 1.5 years. For the last 1.5 years. Half years. For the last 1.5 years. 그 정도 올려서 되나? 지금 카메라는 저 위에 달려 있는 거잖아. 저거죠. 그럼 어차피 그 정도 올려봐야 one and a half year. For the last 1.5 years. Traditional medicine to the next level. 본부장님 코멘트 없어요? 벗었잖아 아까. 지금 저기 가서 얘기하니까 내가 또 썼지. 아까보다 낫긴 한데 I truly wish health and happiness for everyone taking part in conference. 예? 맨 앞. 맨 앞으로. 나는 그냥 그렇게 할까 배려를 해서 Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. I'm Kim Jong-il, President of the Korea Institute of Oriental Medicine. It is a great honor for me to announce the opening of Kiom SAR 2020 International Research Conference. 아까보다 나아요? 나도 지금 의식적으로 들고 있어. I would also like to extend my warm welcome to all conference attendants. I would like to express my deep gratitude to Minister 최기영 of the Ministry of Science and Technology. 여기 테크놀로지가 되지 자꾸. Of the Ministry of Science and ICT. Minister 박능후 of the Ministry of Health and Welfare. Chairperson 원강현 of the National Research Council of Science and Technology. And Chairman Choi Do-young of the Society of Korean Medicine. In Korea, there is an old saying 전화위복. It means that for someone, misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. Due to the coronavirus pandemic, we cannot gather face to face.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Kiom SAR 2020 International Research Conference will begin soon. SAR Conference is hosted in Korea for the first time, and it will be live streamed for prevention of COVID-19. You can watch all sessions at the official website. Also, this conference offers Korean-English simultaneous interpretation. Please click the first channel for main session in English and second channel in Korean. The third channel is for concurrent session in English, and the last one is in Korean. The concurrent session will be available in the afternoon. Kiom SAR 2020 International Research Conference is co-hosted by Korea Institute of Oriental Medicine and Society for Acupuncture Research. Starting from the opening ceremony, Kiom SAR 2020 will offer various academic programs such as plenary sessions, symposia sessions, workshops, oral presentations, and poster presentations for 3 days. Please stay with us till the end. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? Kiom SAR 2020 International Research Conference will begin soon. SAR Conference is hosted in Korea for the first time, and it'll be live-streamed for prevention of COVID-19. You can watch all sessions at the official website. Also, this conference offers Korean-English simultaneous print interpretation. Please click the first channel for main session in English and second channel in Korean. The third channel is for concurrent session in English, and the last one is in Korean. The concurrent session will be available in the afternoon. Kiom SAR 2020 International Research Conference is co-hosted by Korea Institute of Oriental Medicine and Society for Acupuncture Research. Starting from opening ceremony, Kiom SAR 2020 will offer various academic programs such as plenary sessions, symposia sessions, workshops, oral presentations, and poster presentations for 3 days. Please stay with us till the end. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning or good afternoon. Welcome to Kiom SAR 2020 International Research Conference. My name is Kiom Sar from Korea Institute of Oriental Medicine. I'm greatly honored and privileged to be with you and to host the opening ceremony today. Now, let us begin the opening ceremony of Kiom SAR 2020. The theme of Kiom SAR 2020 is Bridging East and West from Acupuncture and Traditional Medicine, Research to Practice. At this conference, we will seek the convergence of research and clinical achievements of acupuncture and traditional medicine in the East and West. Also, we will establish the research agenda of traditional medicine for the future. Kiom SAR 2020 is co-hosted by Korea Institute of Oriental Medicine and Society for Acupuncture Research, and sponsored by Ministry of Science and ICT, Ministry of Health and Welfare, National Research Council of Science and Technology, the Association of Korean Medicine, the Society of Korean Medicine, the Society for Meridian and Acupoint, the Physiological Society of Korean Medicine, the Korean Pharmacopuncture Institute, the Society of Preventive Korean Medicine, Korean Acupuncture and Moxibustion Medicine Society, American Academy of Medical Acupuncture, and American Society of Acupuncturists. Now, it is with great pleasure that I introduce to you Dr. Jong-yeol Kim, the president of Kiom and the co-chair of Kiom SAR 2020 for his opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President Kim with a warm round of applause.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. I'm Kim Jong-yeol, President of the Korea Institute of Oriental Medicine. It is a great honor for me to announce the opening of Kiom SAR 2020 International Research Conference. I would also like to extend my warm welcome to all conference attendants. I would like to express my deep gratitude to Minister Nccih of the Ministry of Science and ICT, Minister Bang Neung-hu of the Ministry of Health and Welfare, Chairperson Won Kwang-yeon of the National Research Council of Science and Technology, and Chairman Choi Do-young of the Society of Korean Medicine. In Korea, there is an old saying, 전화위복. It means that for someone, misfortune may be a blessing in disguise. Due to the coronavirus pandemic, we cannot gather face-to-face and are hosting the Kiom SAR conference online for the very first time. However, the accessibility and openness of the virtual event enabled more than 1,800 participants to join this conference. I would like to sincerely appreciate all prominent scholars, scientists, physicians, and traditional medicine supporters who are participating in this conference once again. This is the 20th annual conference of the Society for Acupuncture Research. I truly appreciate the efforts of all the directors and board members who have guided SAR through the journey. I'm very pleased that Kiom is hosting the second SAR conference held in Asia. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, scientific research, standardization, and evidence-based medicine are often mentioned as key issues in traditional medicine. This means that scientific foundation is essential for traditional medicine to join the mainstream of global healthcare. In this regard, I feel great responsibility as a great traditional medicine researcher and the president of Kiom. Everyone knows that more scientific evidence will lead to wider reliability and use of traditional medicine. The Kiom SAR 2020 focuses on opening a forum that brings together research, clinical experience, policy, and culture of traditional medicine. It enables us to seek convergence of research and clinical achievements in Western and Eastern medicine. Also, this conference will provide the opportunity for communication of new clinical outcomes to fellow researchers and policymakers. So the conference will be a valuable time to strengthen individual capabilities through various discussions, gain new insight on the role of the traditional medicine in modern healthcare, and eventually advance the potential of traditional medicine to the next level. Kiom will keep up our efforts in improving quality of life through the innovation of traditional medicine. I would like to kindly request all participants to do so in each and everyone's field. Finally, I would like to thank all those who have prepared the SAR conference, especially co-presidents Richard Harris and June Mao of SAR. 11 members of the program committee, including Professor Dietary Nepado, Kiom Vice President Choi Sun-mi, and 9 regional committee members, as well as staff members of SAR and Kiom. They have worked very hard for the conference for the last 1.5 years. I truly wish good health and happiness for everyone taking part in the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, President Kim. We have received a lot of congratulatory remarks wishing the successful conference. Ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce Minister Kiom Sar from the Ministry of Science and ICT, Minister Neung-Hoo Park from the Ministry of Health and Welfare, Dr. Kwang-Yeon Won, the Chairperson of National Research Council of Science and Technology, and Do-Young Choi, the President of Society of Korean Medicine.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to be here with all of you for the opening of the Kiom Sar 2020 International Research Conference. I'm Choi Gi-young, Minister of Science and ICT of the Republic of Korea. First of all, I would like to congratulate the opening of this 20th annual event of the Kiom Sar 2020 International Research Conference for Traditional Medicine, jointly organized by the Korea Institute of Oriental Medicine and the Society for Acupuncture Research. I'd also like to thank everyone who prepared for this successful conference, especially President Kim Jong-il of Kiom and Co-President Richard Harris and John Mao of SAR, as well as all of the conference participants. The year 2020 has been a challenging time for everyone more than ever due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Korea has almost contained the spread of COVID-19 with thorough preventive measures and preemptive responses under concerted cooperation between the government and the citizens. Faced with a possible resurgence of the virus, the Korean government is currently making the utmost efforts to successfully address the situation. As preventive medicine, traditional medicine has contributed to enhancing the overall quality of human life by improving immunity and resisting infectious diseases such as COVID-19. Moreover, it has satisfied rising demands for personalized medicine in the time of population aging. Further efforts to build a stronger scientific basis will enhance the reliability of traditional medicine and help contribute to the conquest of diseases and the improvement of general human health. For this reason, I hope that the Kiom Sar 2020 will be a forum for active discussions on the overall reliability of traditional medicine, proposing new insights and remedies for human diseases and health, and sharing fresh scientific evidence and outstanding treatments. I also hope that the conference will serve as an opportunity for a valuable cooperation through which scientists and practitioners in traditional medicine are brought together from all over the world, creating convergence of modern and traditional medicine and drawing a new vision for future medicine. We are experiencing more frequent outbreaks of more contagious infectious diseases. I would like to sincerely request the traditional medicine experts to make special efforts to develop remedies for such infectious diseases. Once again, I congratulate you on the opening of the Kiom Sar 2020 International Research Conference and wish good health and happiness for all conference participants. Thank you.
안녕하십니까? 대한민국 보건복지부 장관.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Bang Neung-hoo, Minister of Health and Welfare.
키움 SAR 2020 국제전통 통합과 학술대회 개최를
Well, I'd like to congratulate the opening of the Kiom SAR 2020, and I'd like to extend my deepest gratitude to everyone who are participating today.
많은 노력을 해주신
And I'm thankful to Dr. Kim Jong-il, President of Kiom, as well as Dr. Richard Harris and Dr. Mao, and everyone who put so much effort for this conference. As you know, the COVID-19 crisis continues, and people across the world are faced with various difficulties in terms of health, economy, and society. As we're faced with global health crisis, and as the Minister of Health and Welfare, I believe that we need to cooperate even more. Because of the COVID-19, we are holding this event online. However, with the help of the ICT technology, we are able to gather various researchers and really discuss about the traditional medicine. And the Korean government, in collaboration with the National Institute for Korean Medicine Development, we are working very hard to expand into the overseas market. And as part of that effort, from 2013, we are inviting experts across the world to hold training sessions, and in 2018 and 2019 we've held international conference in order to enhance cooperation between researchers across the world. Many countries have traditional medicine, and in terms of Korean medicine, it is good for boosting immune system as well as musculoskeletal diseases. Even if it is focused with preventive medicine, it's individualized and whole person medicine. There are many questions regarding Korean medicine. We have many challenges to address. For example, increasing reliability and trust of the people regarding the medicine. We will work closely together with the Korean government to create the synergy effect between the traditional medicine and modern medicine by standardizing them and trying to make evidence-based. In order for traditional medicine to contribute better to the humanity, we will have to pool our wisdom and effort. Kiom Sar 2020, I believe, is an opportunity for us to discuss the future of traditional medicine. Once again, congratulations on opening of the Kiom Sar 2020, and thank you so much for being here. I hope the conference can become the foundation for the cooperation and development of traditional medicine. Thank you very much.
It is my great pleasure.
안녕하십니까?
It's an honor to say a few words at the opening session of the 20th International Conference, jointly sponsored by Korea Institute of Oriental Medicine and Society for Acupuncture Research. I wish to thank Dr. Kim Jong-yeol, who is the president of the institute, and each and every one of the member of the Korea Institute of Oriental Medicine for your efforts to make this event possible, especially in the online format, to accommodate this unprecedented situation due to the coronavirus. We all agreed upon the Western medicine and medical sciences not only have accumulated a tremendous amount of knowledge on human bodies and diseases, but also have made a humongous contribution to the health and well-being of humanities. However, at the same time, we are witnessing the fundamental limits of it. The matter of fact is that Oriental medicine, including acupuncture, are still well received widely in society as of today and will continue so. I think your participation in this conference means a lot in connecting the past to the present and further carrying the present to the future. In this regard, the theme of this conference, which is bridging East and West by bringing in the traditional medical research to practice, is quite relevant and very timely. I hope this conference be successful and meaningful in that acupuncture and Oriental medicine can further develop itself and contribute to our society. Thank you and God bless you.
좋은 아침입니다.
Good morning.
회장 최도영입니다.
My name is Choi Do-young, President of the Society of Korean Medicine. It's an honor for me to speak at this conference. Once again, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to Dr. Jong-yeol Kim, President of Kiom, as well as Dr. Richard Harris and Dr. Mao, and many people who bestow much effort to hold this event. And I would like to also thank all the researchers who are here today to share their knowledges and research achievements. Kiom Sar 2020 is an opportunity for researchers to share their study achievements and knowledges. And I believe that it will boost the networking between research institutes across the world. The theme of the conference is bridging East and West from acupuncture and traditional medicine research to practice. And I hope that we can really talk about the research studies as well as clinical trials. Because of the COVID-19, we're holding this conference online, unfortunately. But I think that was the best choice that we took. And despite this chaos and difficulties, I believe that we must continue on discussing our exchanges regarding research achievements. And based on that effort, we'll be able to overcome the COVID-19 crisis. And I hope all the best for the conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your thoughtful messages.
네, 좋은 말씀 감사드립니다.
Jun Mao, the co-president of SAR, connected from the US. Please welcome Dr. Mao for his welcoming remarks.
SAR, my co-president, Dr. Richard Harris, and I would like to extend our most sincere welcome to you. Thank you for joining us for the Kiom Sar 2020 International Research Conference, Bridging East and West from Acupuncture and Traditional Medicine Research to Practice. I'm in the United States, so please accept my sincere appreciation for the Kiom and the Korean acupuncture leaders for hosting this important meeting. All of us at SAR are very grateful for the team at Kiom for the tremendous amount of hard work and for this opportunity working together to bring this conference to all of you and share our collective knowledge without global boundaries. I very much wish I were here with you all in person. 2 years ago, I was at Seoul and I loved the culture, the people, and the food. Unfortunately, at this time, due to the COVID-19, we're limited in coming together virtually. But please, you know that I'm sending my best wishes to all of you from across the ocean. This conference is a wonderful collaboration between Kiom and SAR. Its goal of bringing us all together in conversation about acupuncture and traditional medicine research, clinical achievements, policy, and culture is imperative and it ties directly with what SAR has been working towards for more than 2 decades. By joining with international collaborators, we're able to expand SAR's presence to reach wider global audience. In doing so, we're hoping to raise the bar of the field of acupuncture and Eastern traditional medicine research. For those of you who may not be familiar with SAR, it was founded in 1993 as a platform to discuss methodological concerns in acupuncture research. Today, it is the premier international acupuncture research organization dedicated to advancing patient care through scientific evaluation. The mission of SAR is as follows. To advance patient care, we promote scientific evaluation into acupuncture and allied therapies, as well as disseminate and implement of those findings. Today, SAR has approximately 200 members representing 20 countries. Over the years, the leaders and members from SAR have performed important basic scientific research to elucidate the mechanism of acupuncture. In addition, we have conducted large-scale and rigorous clinical trials to establish the efficacy of acupuncture for many diseases and conditions, including chronic pain. As a result, acupuncture is now covered by insurance in many countries, such as Germany and the United States. This significant progress underscores the importance of work we all do in acupuncture research. Looking ahead, we hope that you will be able to join the Society for Acupuncture Research 2021 conference, Pandemic, Pain and Public Health, Roles and Relevance of Traditional Eastern Medicine. This conference will take place in June 16th and 2021 in Ann Arbor, Michigan of the United States. We plan to offer both virtual and in-person segments. I'm praying that COVID-19 is over and I can see all of you in person. Finally, I wish the Kiom Sar 2020 International Research Conference a huge success. Together, we can continue to push the boundaries of the science of acupuncture forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, President Mao. Now, let's move on to the plenary session, titled Upgrading Research on Herbal Medicinal Intervention in Traditional and Integrative Medicine onto the Next Phase. I'm very pleased to have with us Dr. Jun-Hwan Lee, the Director of Clinical Research Division at Kiom and the Chair of this session. After the last presentation, we will have time for live Q&A. If you scroll down the online conference hall webpage, you can select the speaker and write questions. Now, please welcome Dr. Lee.
Hello, I'm Jun-Hwan Lee. It's my honor to chair the first session of Kiom Sar 2020 International Research Conference. Let's begin the plenary sessions. Let me introduce Dr. Craig Hope. Craig Hope is the Deputy Director of the Division of Extramural Research at Nccih. In addition to serving as Deputy Director, Dr. Hope continues to oversee the administration of the product integrity policy. Dr. Hope will give a presentation on herbal research funding and Nccih. Hello, Dr. Hope. Thank you for joining us.
It's my pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation. It's an honor to be speaking at this meeting. I will start off with an apology. My first slide has a typo in it. It has the wrong date. But anyway, after that, hopefully we'll be smooth sailing. So I will be speaking today about NCCIH's funding and our priorities for natural products research. And NCCIH, the National Center for Complementary and Integrative Health, is a part of the National Institutes of Health at the US, which is the world's largest funder of biomedical research. And in NCCIH, let's see, how can I turn my screen? There we go, oops. So the mission of NCCIH at NIH is to define, through rigorous scientific investigation, the usefulness and safety of complementary and integrative health interventions and their roles in improving health and health care. This is a unique mission within NIH that NCCIH holds. So NCCIH has, I'm having a hard time figuring that, here we go. NCCIH has a budget in the past year of nearly $152 million in US dollars, obviously. This is an enormous amount of money, enormous resource that we have at our disposal to advance the mission of NCCIH. And while it is a very sizable amount of money, it is also, at the same time, a very, very small portion, actually, of the overall NIH budget, which exceeds over $40 billion. And so while NCCIH has enormous resources at our disposal, we are still actually a very, very small part of NIH overall. But we get around that by leveraging our resources with other parts of NIH, such that although we are only $152 million, we are actually only 25% of the overall funding across NIH for complementary and integrative health. So there is much more going on at NIH than just what Nccih funds. So at Nccih, we actually have a wide-ranging number of modalities that we study that are shown here on this slide. We certainly fund a large variety of mind and body practices, including obviously acupuncture, but as well as things like meditation, yoga, and chiropractic. And about half of our funding is in natural products research. This obviously includes things such as herbals, botanicals, and dietary supplements as they're sold in the United States. But also within Nccih, we include things like probiotics and microbiome research under our natural products headings. So about half of what we fund is on natural products. And I want to talk, we fund a full range of research within natural products, going from all the way from very basic research all the way to large scale efficacy trials, testing the bioactivities of natural products in clinical trials. But I'm not going to talk about that today. I'm going to really be focused on Nccih's funding for preclinical and what we call fundamental science. And what I'm going to focus on is the different ways in which natural products are studied in their interactions with other systems. This is a very important area for Nccih for a variety of reasons. One, we know that natural products act at many different levels. Natural products can have activity at a subcellular level. They can act on entire cells, entire organs, tissues, and obviously in whole organisms. And there's opportunities to fund research across all of those levels. There's also this concept of complex interactions really is at the heart of many of the perceived benefits involving natural products, especially as they relate to traditional medicine. And importantly, there is currently emerging technologies, think of big data sort of approaches that allows us to better understand these complex interactions in a way today that we can do that was not available just a few years before. So we do have a unique opportunity to gain greater insight into the very variety of ways in which natural products interact with complex biological systems. So I'm going to list several of Nccih's current areas of interest as it relates to this topic of interactions involving complex natural products. The first is the study of how natural products interact with pharmaceuticals and other over-the-counter medications. And I'll go into further detail on each of these in subsequent slides. The second area of interest is how natural products interact with biological systems. Again, understanding especially complex biological systems. Third, the study of how natural products interact with the microbiome. This is an area that we're appreciating more and more, how important the microbiome and the gut microflora are to modulating the activity of natural products. And lastly, I'm going to talk about our interest in how natural products interact with various nociceptive pathways. This concept of natural products and utilizing them to help us with pain management is a very important area for natural products research at Nccih currently. So going into each of these in a little more detail, I'll start with natural product drug interactions. So first of all, this is an area that's really uniquely fits within Nccih's mission. It's not an area that other parts of NIH are typically going to be studying in depth, but obviously this concept of how natural products interact with over-the-counter medications and other prescription medications is very important. People are acutely aware of it, and it's an area where there's really not enough information currently. So this is a gap that Nccih is trying to fill currently. But it does require a very systematic effort to characterize both the frequency and the severity of these interactions. There is lots of data suggesting that many different natural products might interact with some pharmaceuticals to varying degrees, but exactly how serious those interactions are is really poorly understood, and Nccih is trying to better understand that. And understanding these interactions will help us understand how to manage patient care a little bit better. There is the potential, obviously, that these interactions could have a major impact on people's health, and therefore understanding those interactions will have a significant impact on how patient care is managed. And to accomplish this, NCCIH is currently funding a large center on natural product drug interaction research. This is actually the website for this center that we're funding right now, this napdcenter.org. And again, this group is funded explicitly to study natural products, especially explicitly complex natural products, how they interact with the various drug metabolizing enzymes and transporters, all the way up to understanding in human subject populations, what is the clinical relevance and significance of those interactions. And in so doing, we hope that they will begin to fill in those gaps in understanding how natural products interact with pharmaceuticals. The next topic I'll talk about is how natural products interact in the context of complex mixtures. So obviously, many natural products, actually all of the traditional medicines, involve complex mixtures. And we know that these compounds, even individually, have a plethora of activities. The curcumin that's present in turmeric is a great example. Curcumin has been reported to have activity in a wide range of biological systems in different targets and disease contexts. And obviously, when you combine many different natural products into a complex mixture, then you only magnify and multiply those possible interactions. But studying these is extremely complicated. It gets at the concept of synergy. This is obviously a fundamental issue that people focus on when studying complex mixtures, especially traditional medicines. The concept that multiple components in there are acting together to produce a biological activity that can't be replicated with any of those components in isolation. So we still think of this as a hypothesis. There certainly are a number of examples where this is the case, but I think to understand it more completely, we have to sort of, again, look more broadly at how this happens in the context of ways it happens and study it rigorously. It's very actually difficult to study this in a significant way. And the way we want to do that is by funding cutting-edge technology that really is going to improve on our ability to characterize these interactions between complex mixtures in traditional medicines and very complex biological systems, of course. And as I mentioned, technology, this is another area where NCCIH has very explicit interest in developing better tools for studying complex natural products mixtures and how they interact with complex biological systems. Obviously, new methodologies are really the only way to improve upon our ability to study these things, because our existing tools really don't do a very good job, actually, of being able to understand these complex interactions. So NCCIH is explicitly funding development of new tools, technologies, and methodologies to improve upon our ability to do this. And we need improvements in a variety of natural products methodologies, not just the chemical characterization of complex mixtures, but obviously, again, understanding how they interact with biological systems. And lastly, we're, again, supporting innovative approaches to do this through a variety of ways. Collectively, our efforts in this area, we have under the umbrella of what we call the CARBON program. So this is an acronym that stands for the Consortium Advancing Research on Botanicals and Other Natural Products. So it's a collaboration between NCCIH and another part of NIH called the Office of Dietary Supplements. And again, there are three components to this program. Starting on the right-hand side, we have a very long-standing program that NCCIH and ODS have been jointly funding called the Botanical Dietary Supplements Research Centers. These are a variety of very large projects that are looking at complex botanical products and how they interact and what activities they have in a variety of disease contexts. We also are funding explicitly a Center for Natural Products Technology and Methodology that is, this is again, has been renewed for another 5 years and is looking at developing new ways to study how natural products interact with biological systems. And a new effort that we have just starting in the last few months is a new database, a repository of nuclear magnetic resonance data. NMR is a technique that's very essential for establishing the structures of natural products, but there's never been a way to really share those NMR data. And we hope that this repository will help to solve that problem. So now I'll talk about our efforts on interactions between natural products and the gut microbiome. So this is an area that we've been funding starting a few years ago. People understand very well that natural products, and especially a diet that's high in fruits and vegetables, have beneficial effects, but we don't understand why that is the case. And there's increasing awareness and belief that the gut microflora and the gut microbiome has a major role to play in the activity of natural products. So Nccih a couple of years ago funded many projects looking at what are the interactions between dietary natural products and the microbiome. What are the byproducts of that interaction, and what activities do those metabolites have in the biological system? So we're funding a number of projects in that area. Also, we're funding work associated with natural products and pain, as I mentioned. So at the NIH, there's a major initiative now called HEAL, which stands for Helping to End Addiction Long Term. We obviously have a crisis in the US, and obviously this is to a lesser degree around the world, with opioid misuse and addiction. And so what this effort is intended to do is to help improve upon treatment of opioid misuse and addiction, as well as improve upon our ability to enhance pain management. And Nccih believes that natural products have a major role to play here. Obviously opioids are themselves natural products, and while natural products may have helped to cause this crisis that we have, we also believe that natural products might be a solution in helping us to get out of this problem that we have now. And one way that Nccih is involved in doing this is through a specific effort to focus on natural products and pain. We had a workshop about a year and a half ago in February of 2019, where we assembled a number of experts that were focused on various aspects of natural products and pain, and asked for their input on ways that Nccih and NIH could help to address research on natural products and pain. And we heard two major things. One was a need for more repositories, which I mentioned in the prior slide. And the second was really a focus on discovery science. How are we going to get the early stage leads and understand the preliminary research to understand how natural products might be beneficial as analgesics. And obviously natural products have a very, very long history as use for pain. Every culture around the world, for as long as there's been recorded history, has a history of using the world around them, the natural products in their environment, for their medicine, whether it was Europe, the Middle East, Egypt, or Asia, or even very recently, even less than 100 years ago, all of the world's drugs were basically natural products. And so we want to go from that very traditional knowledge to a much more modern system of studying those natural products in sophisticated ways. Obviously, pain and pain pathways are understood to some degree, but we feel like there's still certainly more to learn. And really what we do know about pain is because we have natural products that have illuminated the various ways and the targets and the pathways through which pain is sensed by mammals. So how do we develop this new discovery science? Well, there's obviously lots of recorded history of use of natural products for a variety of conditions. But how are we going to unlock that information? Much of it is stored away in ancient texts and is not really easily available to current scientists who have interest in this area. And so Nccih is trying to really catalog and categorize all of that ancient literature into a system, in a list of natural products that we believe might be understudied and might have potential to be effective analgesics. And so we're actively trying to generate that list and to then utilize them in future efforts. The last thing I'll talk about, and this was mentioned actually briefly in my introduction, was one of the fundamental sort of beliefs that underlies all of Nccih's research on natural products is our product integrity policy. And this is based on the well-known awareness that, at least in the US, as they're sold as dietary supplements, the botanical products have some well-documented quality concerns, which makes it important for Nccih to understand how those products are used in our studies. making sure they're very well characterized. And there is no one method for botanical characterization. So what NCCH tries to do is work closely with investigators to develop quality control protocol funding so that we really understand what the products are that they're doing. And there are a number of ways in which these challenges manifest themselves. One is with just nomenclature. There are many traditional Chinese formula that sound very similar, especially to English-speaking people, such that if you aren't very specific in what you're asking for, you could get very different compounds. This is a list of plants that, again, have very similar sounding names in the traditional Chinese language, but refer to very different plants. And some of those plants contain the compound uracilocic acid, which we know is very toxic, can produce kidney damage, can produce cancer. And there have been examples where these products were substituted unintentionally and produced very dangerous consequences for people that were taking them. Some other examples from NCCIH's experience is with things that are very common in the marketplace, things like cinnamon, which we think we know very well, but actually there's multiple varieties of cinnamon that are in commerce. And if you were to buy a powdered cinnamon, you almost certainly would be getting a blend of multiple different varieties of cinnamon. And these blends, the different species of cinnamon, contain various levels of the compound coumarin, which can be dangerous in high quantities. And they also have different concentrations of cinnamaldehyde, which really gives cinnamon its characteristic flavor. And so what we've learned is that if we're going to be studying cinnamon, it's very important to start with cinnamon bark itself rather than the ground cinnamon. If you start with cinnamon bark, you can be fairly confident you have a single species. Another example is green tea. Tea is almost always refers to Camellia sinensis, the plant, but there are many ways in which tea is sold. There's green tea and there's black tea, and sometimes there's actually green tea extracts, which can be very highly concentrated for compounds known as catechins that are believed to be the active constituents in green tea. And so it's important to know whether or not you're studying a complex green tea extract or whether you're studying a very concentrated single catechin. So with that, I'm going to end my talk here. I thank you again for everybody's attention, and I look forward to answering questions later in this session. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your insightful talk, Mr. Craig Hope. That was very meaningful information for all researchers of herbal medicine. Next, I'd like to invite Dr. Hyun-Kyu Shin. Dr. Hyun-Kyu Shin is the principal researcher of Herbal Medicine Research Division in Korean Institute of Oriental Medicine. Dr. Shin will talk about the development status of traditional herbal formulas for evidence-based medicine in Korea. Dr. Shin, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Shin Hyun-Kyu from Kiom. Well, normally we have a lot of audience, but we don't have any, but I'm still nervous because of the COVID-19 crisis. Well, it is my first time to make presentation in front of no audience in front of me. Well, at the conference today, I would like to talk about the development status of traditional herbal formulas for evidence-based medicine in Korea. The evidence-based medicine is the trend across the world. So that is the topic and main topic of the PPT. However, I would like not to focus on that matter. As I go on with my presentation, I will explain why. So look at the Western medicine and traditional Oriental medicine. Everything was based upon experiences. So clinicians who have a lot of experiences will make their decisions based on these experiences. And then we recently came up with the evidence-based. So evidence-based is a systematic way to make more appropriate decision-making. So I will talk about evidence-based. However, before that, I would like to talk about the safety, stability of, as well as clinical efficacy, clinical studies of traditional medicine. Well, these are not perfect. As a result, currently, the focus of the prescription and achieving the goal of evidence-based medicine is very difficult in Korea because of that reason. In the West, we call it herbal medicines, and we mix different herbs together. For example, we have 쌍화탕. This is very popular in Korea. And there are 5 ingredients in there. And when we drink that medicine, well, it will have some kind of impact on disease, and the evidence, finding the evidence will be the topic of this presentation. However, it is very difficult to talk about it because we have to talk about the chemical analysis, animal experiment, and cell analysis. There are many challenges. So we use 쌍화탕 a lot in Korea. But I was wondering if this can give some kind of evidence to the clinicians to prescribe this medicine. In China, Japan, and Korea, I believe that traditional medicine practitioners will know this person. So his name is Jang Jun-kyung, was born in AD 150. And that was during the Han Dynasty. And he wrote 314 herbal formulas in his book 상한 잡병론. So many Chinese, Korean, and Japanese practitioners and researchers really respect this man. And he is one of the first persons to write about herbal formulas. So many of the herbal formulas in Korea, Japan, and China, there are just so many of them. Hundreds of thousands of them are there on ancient traditional herbal books. So we cannot study them all together. So what we did at Kiom is that we've checked 63 herbal formulas. So we had to come up with the criteria for selecting these 64 herbal formulas. So we looked through the textbook formulas as well as databases. There are 100 of them, 100 formula guidelines, and there are 56 prescriptions covered by the National Insurance Program. And at local traditional medical clinics, there are some formulas that are prescribed to patients. We screen them and select only 64 of them because we cannot test all of them. So we select 64 of them based on certain categories. And whenever I do presentation, and this is, well, I present this table, which was produced in 1995. Well, this talks about the comparison between the natural ingredients and chemical drugs. With this just one page of table, we can explain the difference between the chemical drugs and natural products. So this is really an overview of these two types of drugs. So it talks about the active ingredients. In the chemical compound, it's all defined. However, with traditional medicine, we don't have chemicals, all the chemicals defined. With natural product, refining of the active material substances will be very difficult because these are produced by our nature. And in terms of quality, the chemical drugs are maintained the same, but traditional medicine is not. For example, if there is a lot of sunlight for that year, or if we have typhoon, based on such natural conditions, things may be different for natural products. And the mechanisms underlying chemical compounds is well known. So it is clear for which disease we have to use certain medicine, but traditional medicine is not. And chemical drug, for example, we all know that aspirin is good for headache. So the experience itself is not that difficult, but traditional medicine experience is very important. And the chemical drugs have some side effects, but traditional medicine is not. And the chemical medicine is somewhat limited, but Korean or Oriental natural medicines have potential to treat many different diseases at the same time. So if there's a toxicity test or chemical analysis, these are set for chemical drugs. However, for traditional medicine, we don't have that. So to make evidence and go toward the evidence-based medicine, we will have to address these challenges for traditional medicine. And even if we go toward evidence-based medicine, if we don't address such of the challenges, we won't be able to make advancement. So we have 4 concepts to address the issue. So first one is analysis of literatures. So we will look through all the information from the previous literatures. And then we'll also have to establish the quality-related information in database. And we conduct animal experiment and cell test, and we check the toxicity and safety of drug. And we also look at the acute subchronic toxicity as well. So we collect all this information, and then we go on with the clinical test. And we collect all the data and then put it into our database and make guideline. So these are the ingredients for the evidence-based medicine. So let me talk in more detail. We have 4 categories, as I said earlier. The first one is about the literature. And we'll have to look into the substances of this medicine, and we will do the toxicity as well as the animal testing and cell testing. So safety is the most important thing, and many people pay a lot of attention to this matter. So there's something called KGLP, which is approved by the Korean government. And based on the KFDA guideline, we conduct the single dose and repetitive dose testing. And this is an animal test. And for 14 days, we observe the condition of the rat, of the animal that's being tested. And for 13 weeks, it is injected repetitively, and the dosage is about 2,000 milligram per kilogram. So we observe for 13 weeks, and we check the vitality, we check urine and blood. So we are looking at whether there are any problems or issues. The single herb ingredient, we don't really do that in Korea. We have many mixtures of herbs. So if you go to the KFDA announcement, the issues that arise after this test is about 천목향, 원향. These ingredients are found to be toxic by the KFDA. And we conducted the toxicity test for Herbal Formulas. So when we did the 13-week observation, some of the ingredients were found to be some troublesome. I'm not saying that it was toxic. These were toxic. But what I'm saying is that during the animal testing, when we injected 2,000 milligram per kilogram, there were some issues with vital signs and etc. So for the clinical trial in the future, we'll have to look at these ingredients with more carefully. So all these works, well, this is like a pyramid structure, and there are many grades to the testing and analysis, as I said earlier. Before clinical trial, if, for example, the previous speaker talked about this, the structure and compound of medicine, the comparison between the two, toxicity and quality. If we don't address these issues clearly, then moving on to the clinical trial, we won't be able to come up with the exact value. For chemical drugs, it wouldn't be that difficult. So what I would like to focus or emphasize is that in Korean medicine, expert opinion is the most important thing, the experiences of our traditional medicine doctors. So these clinicians will have a lot of experiences, and based on these experiences, they make prescription and conduct treatment. So with the animal testing and cell analysis, we found that there were some toxicity issue for certain ingredients in terms of ex vivo and in vitro. The expert opinion, based on that level and based on the experiences that were accumulated, we provide prescriptions, and that is the current status of Korean medicine right now. And we use RCT techniques. We are moving toward these RCT methodologies and etc. And that is correct. That is the way that we have to walk, and we have a long way to go, actually. And if you look at the Chinese or Korean research papers, the top level is the systematic review or meta-analysis. And these also have the issues that I mentioned earlier. So let's say we do meta-analysis or systematic review, and it says it has conclusions whether it's effective or not. So the thing that we should not overlook is that, for example, I talked about 쌍화탕 earlier, and let's say we did the meta-analysis of 쌍화탕, and the dose and composition that was in the paper may not be exactly the same as the real 쌍화탕. So if you look at the Korean or Chinese research paper saying that 쌍화탕 is effective, but the 쌍화탕 that was used for the research may be based on the RCT, which can be very complicated and complex. So it's a very difficult issue. And what we are going, our vision or our direction is to walking into that direction. However, I think we will have to start right from the basic level. The expert opinion and editorials are a very important basis for us to move forward. And we'll also have to talk about the side effects. Well, that is a very sensitive issue. This is until 2010. And if you look at the number of reports on side effects, there are 53,000 of them. And Korea is the second in terms of number of reports in this area, following the US. So we have a lot of reports on adverse effect or side effects. And we don't have a lot of reports on Korean herbal medicines, but really we have a lot of report on chemical drugs. And the Consumer Agency, Protection Agency in Korea, there are many complaints coming in. There are 23,000 complaints regarding the chemical drugs. These are not traditional medicine. But 859 complaints were regarding the traditional medicine. So the previous one was reported by the FDA, and this graph is coming from the Consumer Protection Agency. So we have differences in number of complaints or reports. And we have some kind of dispute. We have about 20 cases in terms of traditional medicine, and with chemical drugs we have 761 cases. This shows that there are adverse effects, but it depends on what institute we look at. The number of the report and complaints are different. And if you look at this graph, there's acupuncture and herbal medicine and physical therapy. And there are reports on adverse events. So if we have a good monitoring system, then we will be able to find the exact numbers. But we have the FDA, Korean FDA, consumer agencies. These organizations have different numbers, so there are differences. And if you look at the number of adverse events, acupuncture has infection is the highest complaint, and pneumothorax was the next. And for moxibustion, we had burning issue. For herbal formula is widely used in Korea, Japan, and China. But in Japan, there are a lot of data for one medicine, 십전대보탕. So there are books published, and the research trends and clinical trials are abundant in Japanese medicine. The same in China. There are many Chinese traditional doctors in China and many trials going on. So there are many texts, and there's a text dedicated to a certain subject. So if you look through all these documents and books, then you will be able to check all the clinical and chemical test and drug interaction information. All these data are accumulated, and for one formula we have one book, because we have all these experiences, data accumulated. And we also have a book in Korea. And for 67 herbal formulas, well, we are a little bit different from the two other books that I've introduced just now. So we have contents from chapter 1 to 16, and we are adding more information as we go. And there are 67 herbal formulas described in this book. So based on this book, we decide on which formula to prescribe. And when we are doing that, we will have to consider the toxicity and the case studies published by other researchers. We use all this data based on this book, but there's no meta-analysis. The reason for that is because even with one herbal formula, if we look closely, it is not really 쌍화탕 that they're looking at. Therefore, we didn't include meta-analysis. So when we make decisions on herbal formula prescription, this book can be very helpful. So I highly recommend this book. And if you go to the website of Kiom, then you will be able to find and search all the data in the book that I just talked about. So evidence-based medicine, and of course that we will have to look through the systematic review and meta-analysis, but the conditions that we have and the current status of Korea, we are still at a lower level. So the government policies and agencies are moving toward more advanced level. And I believe that we will get better in the future. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shin, for sharing your outstanding research in traditional herbal formulas. Now, I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Min-Jung Park. Min-Jung Park is a director of National Agency for Development of Innovative Technologies in Korean Medicine in National Institute of Korean Medicine Development. She is a Korean medical doctor and complete PhD in public health policy and management. Please welcome Dr. Park for her presentation. Toward the next step, current status of herbal medicine clinical research in Korea and the future strategy.
Hello, my name is Min-Jung Park, and I really appreciate for inviting me and feel very honored to be here. I know that this conference is mainly about acupuncture, so no one in the world can definitely deny the effectiveness of acupuncture, since the thousands of acupuncture clinical research has been done and reported its result all over the world. But when it comes to herbal medicine, it could be a little bit different. Natural characteristics of herbs seems to make it a little bit tricky. So now I will explain the current status of herbal medicine, clinical research in Korea, and the future strategy. This is the list of my presentation and brief self-introduction. Now let's start with the background of my presentation. Korea's third National Action Plan for Korean medicine development has adopted developing clinical practice guidelines as its first strategic objectives. So, Korean government has launched large-scale national project for developing clinical practice guidelines for 6 years from 2016, targeting 30 diseases with a budget of 30 billion won. In Korean medicine area, evidence seems to be rare not only in Korea but also worldwide. So the project was designed that each researcher from 30 clinical practice guideline development group conducts clinical trials necessary to creating guidelines. As a result, about 6 clinical studies are ongoing these days, and these are the basic data of my presentation. Then let me explain the herbal medicine clinical research and herbal medicine in Korea. Koreans usually use multi-herbal combinations based on traditional Korean medicine theory rather than as individual herbal medicine units. In this case, synergistic interaction between herbs could be expected. Herbal medicine could be classified by its origin. The first, there are original prescriptions from traditional Korean medicine classical text. It covers prescriptions from representative 10 books such as 동의보감, 방약하편, 수세보원, etc. These prescriptions have been used for a long time in Korea, even before the concept of clinical trials were created. So KFDA has acknowledged the value of experiences, so they exempt the preclinical and clinical data to conduct, to develop formulations. The second is newly combined prescriptions by modern traditional Korean medicine doctors. In Korea, Korean medicine doctors reorganize prescriptions based on traditional Korean medicine theory to improve the effect of herbal medicine. So in this case, these prescriptions are new and may not have not that many cases. So it needs to prove its safety and effectiveness through clinical trials. Let's see another categorization of herbal medicine by medication type. One part of herbal medicine is herbal medicine formulations approved by KFDA. Most of them are original prescriptions from classical text, especially 56 herbal medicine formulations are covered by National Health Insurance System. The second is preparations using botanical drug substance, which KFDA oversees through HGMP system. KMDs prescribe and dispense herbal medicine using them. Most of them are newly combined individualized prescriptions by Korean medicine doctor. Water-based herbal soups or decoctions are the commonest route to deliver herbal medicine. Generally, the latter is more popular and have more potential to treat intractable diseases so far. According to the type and origin of herbal medicine, there could be some purposes of herbal medicine clinical research. The first is to increase public confidence in the treatment of Korean medicine area. Original prescriptions have huge historical and experiential evidence, but it is not enough. These days, it is necessary not to remain in this state, but to confirm the evidence through modern research methodologies and to steadily expand the indications. The next is develop more convenient and more efficient new formulations of Korean herbal medicine. To expand the national health insurance benefit coverage of Korean medicine is the last, which makes it herbal medicine more acceptable and sustainable in modern society. The present herbal medicine clinical trials in Korea imply several kinds of strategies. The first is targeting original prescriptions from classical text. As I said before, it is relatively easy for them to obtain KFDA's new drug approval. So most of them are licensed drugs. Clinical trial of original prescriptions are to reassure the traditional effectiveness, which helps increase public confidence in the treatment of Korean medicine. Or we might try to find new indications of original prescriptions so that we expand its usage and make it insured by National Health Insurance System. Oh, sorry. Yeah, there are some examples. Actually, clinical trial for 신기환 in herniated intervertebral disease, 팔미지왕안 in chronic low back pain, 당귀 작약산 in menstrual pain, 가미 귀비탕 in sleep disorder are ongoing to reassure the traditional effectiveness. Clinical trials for 오령산 in hypertension, 가미역간산 in autism spectrum disorder is examples to explore new indications. The second strategy is targeting reorganized prescriptions in modern clinical practice. Those are prescriptions that KMD prescribe and dispense according to each patient's disease and health status. They are new and have relatively short experiences, So the final goal is to increase public confidence by assessing its clinical effectiveness. If possible, the new prescription could be patented and developed into a new herbal medicine product. The fastest track for assessing the clinical effectiveness of modern popular prescription is to conduct investigational purpose of clinical trial. It means not commercial. KFDA also acknowledged the prior clinical use of modern prescriptions, so they exempt submission of preclinical data to conduct clinical trials. Regulations on approval of drug clinical trial plans states that it is applicable for herbal medicines used for at least 3 years, more than 200 cases in Korean medicine hospitals. Clinical trials for 내소화중탕 in functional dyspepsia, 감이분신기음 in 화병, 감이억간산 in Parkinson's disease are ongoing these days. The rest is targeting wholly new prescriptions without sufficient prior clinical experience. It is mandatory to submit preclinical and CMC data to conduct clinical trials. It has to follow all the way to develop new drug process of KFDA. Like a chemical drug development process, it is very long and expensive journey. Then what could be the future strategies? At present, we targeted original prescriptions from classical text, and we also targeted newly combined a few chosen prescriptions in a few chosen hospitals. We were trying to standardize herbal medicine to KFDA's quality and manufacturing level, and we tried to subject herbal medicine to robust research methodologies to investigate its safety and effectiveness. There seems to be some achievements. It facilitates confidence of providing effectiveness of traditional medicine through modern research methodologies. It shows some potentials of newly combined modern prescriptions as a new drug development candidates. But on the other hand, there were some limitations too. We reorganized that developing new herbal medicine requires an extremely lengthy process that with a huge cost, since the quality and safety of each herbs in one prescription should be guaranteed. Finally, we have found out how critical it is to have enough candidates to increase the success rate of drug development. However, we've also found out that the pool of candidates we have was too small. So finally, let me suggest our future research strategies. First, we are going to support various and long-term observational research prior to conducting randomized controlled trials. It helps excavate effective prescriptions in real-world setting without a huge cost. Second, transforming clinical practice records into big data. It also helps dig effective prescriptions in the real-world setting. As this effort, we can enlarge new drug candidates pipelines from the clinical practices, and we can lay foundation for the more efficient new drug development process. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Park, for sharing the clinical research status of herbal medicine in Korea and its strategy. Now, I'd like to introduce the last but not the least presenter of this session, Dr. Sung-woo Kang. Dr. Sung-woo Kang received his PhD in Pharmacy Department at Jungwon University, Korea. He is the chairman of Korea Association of Research for Pharmaceutical Analyses and also has worked as director of Aribio, Natural Product Research Center since 2016. Today he will talk about the case of NDI approval of Oriental medicine. Please welcome Dr. Kang with a warm round of applause.
안녕하십니까.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Kang Sung-woo from Aribio. First of all, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to Kiom for inviting me to this conference. Well, Aribio is a new drug pharmaceutical company. AR1001 is an Alzheimer's treatment, and it's almost finished with the phase 2 clinical trial at the US FDA, and sepsis treatment AR1003. We are trying to do the submission to the US FDA, and AR1008. We are licensed by Kiom, and we are developing as an obesity treatment. From 2016, we are sponsored by the CIMI, which is Comprehensive and Integrative Medicine Institute. And we have started our research of 보중익기탕 ARI-BJ. So as a result, in July 2018, 자운강화탕 got its approval by the NDI, and 보중익기탕 in 3 attempts we were able to get the approval, and 육미지향탕 and also got the approval. So in 2018, so 3 ingredients were approved by the NDI, and for 2 years we got another sponsor, and we've researched about 팔물탕. And in July, we got the US FDA approval. REJE NDA approval was the first herbal formula to get NDI approval. So as a result, we now have the opportunity to conduct clinical trials of Korean herbal formulas in the US. And at Global Clinical Summit, the CIMI was trying to conduct the clinical trials in the US so that we can promote the Korean traditional medicine. But before we conduct the clinical trials, we had to go through the NDA or NDI. So we've tried with the NDI, which was easier to attain. What is NDI then? So NDI is new dietary ingredient, and it refers to dietary ingredients that were not marketed in the US before October 15, 1994. And new ingredients has to get the NDI approval to be sold in the US. Vitamin, minerals, natural products, amino acid, and dietary substances. So there are 5 of them, and then and there's a combination of all these 5 ingredients. So we have 6 categories of target in the NDI, and when you we will have to look at the documents for approval consisted one of the NDI and the other for the NDIN. And that process is explained in the FDI website. However, that was very difficult for us to follow. And at that time in Korea, well, even until now, we don't have NDI consultant. And when we started the application process in the US, there were consultants, but it was too costly. And we're a small, medium-sized company, so we weren't able to afford them. So we just risked trial and error and went through with the US FDA process. So there are 3 documents to prepare: CMC, safety data, and history of use. In terms of CMC, there are compound profiles, production method, and specification and stability. And for specification, composition, impurity, heavy metal. So these kind of information are required at the CMC, which can be similar to the chemical drugs. And safety part will have to conduct the toxicity and genetic toxicity, and for safety, the toxicity and toxicokinetic test have to be included in repetitive testing, dose testing, and clinical trials and pharmacokinetic tests are included. So when we feed the drug, we will compare with the control group rats and then check the blood of the rat for the safety section. And in terms of history of use, these herbal formulas are developed in Korea, Japan, and China, and we will have to explain how they are different from other different formulas. And if we have the record of sales for the last 25 years, we will have to submit them. This seems very simple. However, longer the period is, it's easier to pass. They all have to find the US FDA guideline, and if you follow the Korean guideline and if it is different from the US guideline, then you'll have to start it over. So just follow the US FDA guideline from the beginning.
이런 NDI가 승인을 받기 위해서 가장 큰 동원한 기계가
So the equipment that was very important for us to get the NDI approval was Q Executive Orbitrap Mass Spectrometry. As the previous speaker talked about, it is very difficult to do the chemical profiling of the natural product. We will have to think about the chemical components, what chemical components are there, and whether we can standardize it. And things have changed a lot these days. In the past, we used NMR previously, but now we can use very compact equipment called Orbitrap Mass. And by using this equipment, we can standardize traditional medicine. Well, I majored in both pharmacy and mass spectrometry analysis, allowing me to work in this area. So using Orbitrap Mass, we did the compound profiling, chemical profiling of RAJE, and we found 13 analytical markers and standardized them and prepared the CMC document. In the previously, we used the MMR, and it took so long to do the chemical profiling. However, by using the Orbitrap Mass, we can easily get the result in a very speedy manner. And we also have to submit specification like the regular chemical drugs after doing the standardization. And there are appearance, heavy metal, microbiological test, quality control, and we need to give basis for each method and criteria. So we will have to translate them all and then submit it. So the specification for 12 categories and the chemical profiling. So we have to prepare so many documents. So this is what the final document looks like. So you can see the CMC, safety part, and history of use. So in terms of 장강화탕, that is from the 동의보감, the book, and it is good for boosting energy and when we feel fatigued. And there has been some evidences saying that it's good for allergy and inflammation and cancer. And among 12 ingredients, Digas was registered for the first time. And previously, NDA had Sin and Cis registered before, but not the Jigas. So we've submitted the Korean documents and submitted them. And 보증이기탕, there are 12 ingredients, and the Shiho was registered. So the safety documents and all the documents is for these 12 ingredients were submitted, and we got the approval. And 천궁 was the active ingredient in the 팔물탕, and we prepared the document for 천궁 and all other ingredients listed here. And 유미지안탕 does not have the NDI. However, even if we don't have the NDI, we can still have the approval. There are 6 ingredients in there, and it's a combination. We first wasn't sure whether this will be approved, but we got the approval. 자금, 유황탕, and 보증익기탕. Well, getting the approval was a very new thing for us, so we got a lot from the US FDA, but at first it was very difficult, but with 팔물탕 we had the accumulated experiences, but we were able to get approval more easily. So these are the result of the approval. From the left we have 자음강화탕, and then 보증익기탕, 육미지황탕, and 팔물탕. So 12 ingredients, 8 ingredients, 6 ingredients, these were all combined together to make one medicine. And you can see the color differences among these pills, and they are granulized so that Western consumers can easily take these pills. And RABio is conducting various researches. We want to register 67 single ingredients and 69 herbal decoctions and 9 mixture herbal solutions to NDA. And I forgot to mention this, NDI, CMC. Well, for new drug, the efficacy is very important. It's really based on the safety data, and we would like to add more efficacy part so that people can better understand the efficacy and for which disease it can work for. So we are continuously developing these herbal medicines, and we are preparing for patent registration. And this picture was taken in 2016, and we were invited by the National Assembly. And because we got the NDI approval for Korean medicine, we got a lot of attention from the media. And with the similar presentation that I'm showing today, I gave speech. I was very honored to be at this event. And this is from CIMI. So this is a logo that we got from the CIMI. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing the case of FDA NDI approval of herbal medicine. I'm very impressed by your achievement. Now, I'd like to have a Q&A session with the participant. I can see some participants asked questions from the website. First of all, I have a question for Dr. Hope. Dr. Hope, I can read. How has it been the trends in pain research from Nccih to Nccih? Did you change the modality from acupuncture to natural product? Would you please answer this question? Dr. Hope, we cannot hear you. We cannot hear. We have some connection problem, so we cannot hear his answer. 뭐라고 해? 음성으로 표현한 거죠. So Dr. Craig, I think you can change the mute signal in your program. And please answer again. Okay, we have some problem in connection with Dr. Ho. So while we are fixing the problem, we can move on the next question. This question is Korean, so I can speak Korean, so I can read. 신 박사님 안녕하세요.
Dr. Shin, thank you for your presentation, and thank you so much for your information about the Oasis. And I will definitely buy the standard formula book that you've recommended. Can you repeat the titles of the book that you mentioned during your presentation from China and Japan?
예, 한국어로 답변드리겠습니다.
Well, I will answer in Korean as well.
일본에서 발간한
So in Japan, 소시오탕, 십전대보탕, and from China, 보증기탕, 사역상.
중국 가서 구입하시면 될 것 같고요.
So for a Chinese book that you have to go to the China to buy them. I'm not so sure where you can get them. I guess if you look hard, you will be able to find them.
Contact my personal. Okay. Yeah, okay. I think that we have fixed the problem. Dr. Hope, would you please answer the question again, please?
Sure. I'm sorry for the trouble earlier. I couldn't unmute myself. Can you repeat the question, please?
Okay. How has it been the trend in pain research from Nccih to Nccih? Did you change the modality from acupuncture to natural product?
No, certainly. So the focus of my talk obviously was on natural products, and I mentioned natural products in pain. We have a long-standing history of funding acupuncture for pain, as well as many other mind and body, as we call them, modalities for pain. So meditation, yoga, chiropractic, as well as acupuncture have all been studied and funded by Nccih for their pain alleviating properties. I was just focusing on obviously the natural products aspects, but we fund all sorts of complementary and integrative approaches, as we call them in the United States, for analgesic activities.
Thank you. One more question, Dr. Craig. Pain is complex and have multiple pathways and influencing factors. In Nccih great effort to a natural product for pain, would the differential diagnosis in Chinese medicine be considered as part of the research? Would herbal medicine considered not just a single herb?
So certainly everything from individual isolated natural products all the way to complex herbal formula certainly are considered eligible for funding by Nccih. So there's no difference there in terms of our interest for natural products. And different pathways obviously are also considered. We're also interested even in discovery of new pathways by which natural products and complex herbal formulas might be helpful for alleviating pain in a variety of different contexts.
Thank you very much. Next question is, I have a question for Dr. Kang. I think you have great achievement in approval of NDI, but I think you have some ultimate purpose for NDI, and additionally, can you show us some of the future plan?
Thank you very much. Well, Aribio is a new drug company. As I said earlier, we got the 8 NDI approval because we want to promote the Korean traditional medicine. And we want to have the safety test and efficacy test and turn them into a new drug, develop them into a new drug. We have the obesity drug and sepsis treatment. And I am most focused on Alzheimer's treatment, which is going through the second phase of clinical trial in the US. And we would like to add some herbal medicine. And well, we have developed the drug, and then we are trying to develop them into a new drug, new traditional drug. And that is our purpose. And that is why we're continuing with the research.
Thank you. Okay, thank you all the speakers and participants. Now I'd like to wrap up the first plenary session by this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now that concludes the first plenary session. We would like to apologize for the little problem that we had before. Thank you very much for all the speakers and the chair. Now we're going to have a break, and the Symposia Session 1 and 2 will resume at 1 p.m. in Korean Standard Time. You can access to the Symposia Session 2 from the third channel, concurrent session for English, and fourth channel, concurrent session for Korean. Please enjoy your lunch and keep staying with our conference till the end. Thank you very much. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The Symposia Session 1 and 2 will begin soon. You are watching Symposia Session 1 right now. You can access to the Symposia Session 2 from the third channel, concurrent session for English, and fourth channel, concurrent session for Korean. Thank you very much.
And it's my honor to introduce our symposium today titled Acupuncture to Promote Women's Health Across the Lifespan, Translating Research to Practice and Back. We're going to start off by hearing from Dr. Kate Levitt, who is an acupuncturist, researcher, and birth educator and teacher. She's a senior research fellow and an NHMRC fellow at the School of Medicine at the University of Notre Dame in Australia. She completed her PhD at the NICAM Health Research Institute in Western Sydney University, investigating an antenatal education course incorporating complementary medicines for pain relief in labor and birth for the first-time mothers. and she'll be talking with us today about
That's what I'm saying, right? There's nothing to do for an hour and a half a week.
I'm waving good night, Gloria.
Hello, my name's Kate Levitt, and I would really like to thank you for the opportunity to present this talk, along with my 4 colleagues who will be presenting after me, about acupuncture to promote women's health across the lifespan, translating research into practice. So I'm going to kick off these talks with a presentation about adolescence, and particularly focusing on female adolescents. So if we take a closer look at puberty and some of the common issues in this age range, which is from about 8 or 10 right up to about 25, boys and girls in this age group undergo a huge amount of changes, and a lot of it with brain development and large changes in the frontal cortex in particular, and also involving an enormous amount of hormonal changes. The changes to the frontal cortex, which involve decision-making and emotional regulation, actually don't finish until about 25 for most girls, and maybe up to about 35 for some boys. So these changes around emotional regulation and decision-making explain a lot about the behaviour during the time of adolescence for these young people. And we don't really know what starts puberty itself, but there's generally, it's understood that the hypothalamus pituitary gonadal feedback loop, which forms part of the endocrine system, controls these hormones. And the process begins with the hypothalamus, but it's not certain what actually kicks that off. The hypothalamus monitors levels of sex hormones, and when these levels get too low, the hypothalamus signals the pituitary gland signals the gonads to produce more hormones. And at puberty, the set point for these hormones rises. And so the hypothalamus signals that the body needs more of these hormones at this particular time, and in particular, androgens and estrogens. An increased hormonal state initiates physical and sexual development, which are these secondary sex characteristics that we see in adolescence. As puberty progresses, a girl's ovaries begin releasing estrogen and progesterone, and a boy's testicles will start to secrete testosterone. And then once these sex hormones are coursing through the body, all these other secondary changes start to take place. As I said before, it's unknown what causes the hypothalamus to start releasing the hormone that actually switches on puberty, but it involves the nervous system and the hormones in conjunction with each other. Puberty is starting earlier than it used to a century ago, and there are some social, psychological factors as well as eating habits that are likely to play a role in this. So, in terms of the acupuncture research, what do we know from this research about the adolescent population? Well, we know that adolescents are particularly under-researched, and they're often classed together with either children or adults, and there's not much actual research with just the teen population or adolescent population. And given that this is such a big time of change, our approach to research could reflect a little bit better the unique hormonal changes that these young people are experiencing. And in particular, the changes that they're experiencing, but the co-occurrence or clusters of symptoms, which are the hallmark of these of adolescence. And they often include mental health issues along with hormonal issues such as acne, period pain, headaches, migraines, PCOS. And for all of these, the common treatment appears to be the prescribing of the oral contraceptive pill or other hormonal treatments. And, you know, assessment measures and outcomes that are relevant or important to these adolescents aren't necessarily taken into account. When we do use hormonal treatments for these issues, it often masks what's really going on, and we may not see the consequences of that for another 10 or 15 years until these young people are considering their fertility issues. But what's important to these young people is also not certain, and little has been done in the qualitative field for adolescents and acupuncture to explore what young people might like to be addressed or assessed with research. I myself have 3 teenage daughters, so I'm very much in the front row seat for all the manifestations of their hormonal flux for them and their friends. But what I commonly hear from them is that they experience high levels of period-related pain and discomfort. And unfortunately, they all believe that this is just a normal part of being a girl or being a teenager. They also see I also see in them high levels of mood imbalance, and they report a lot of anxiety and depression that coexists with that. And the next most common thing that they seem to talk about or have a problem with is their acne. So given that this is such a unique time in the life cycle, conducting research could be quite practice changing. These consultations with adolescents through qualitative research would be really informative about what outcomes are important to the adolescents themselves. And for researchers to capture common outcome measures, which may be agreed upon, might be really beneficial for us in the long run to provide opportunities to design trials with these young people specifically in mind. And it might have the consequence, if we're looking at common outcome measures, of increasing sample sizes and having a much more of a homogenous style of outcomes. And so we can use that for meta-analysis, and that will assist with our evidence-based practice, particularly because of sample size and generalizability. So what does the research actually reflect? And do we practice evidence-based medicine? As the name suggests, evidence-based medicine is about finding evidence and using that evidence to make clinical decisions. One of the cornerstones of evidence-based medicine is this hierarchical system to classify the evidence, and it's simply known as the levels of evidence. Healthcare providers are encouraged to find the highest level of evidence to answer clinical questions. But does the evidence demonstrate the efficacy that we're after? Methods to demonstrate efficacy don't always reflect relevant treatment effects or the priority areas that we or the teenagers may consider to be at the forefront. So how do we use these levels of evidence and evidence-based practice to determine the value of a study? There are 5 steps that we use to determine if a study is of value in real life. Formulating answerable questions, gathering the evidence, appraising the evidence, then we implement the evidence and evaluate the process. And so is this what we see reflected in real life? When I investigated common things that occur in adolescent consultations, and I found this out by searching websites of practitioners and also, seeing what people offered in their practices, I also considered my own practice. What do I see? And what do I know from my children and their friends? Just to see what was relevant and determine what people see generally in practice. And according to the very few textbooks that deal with adolescents in particular, of which notably is Rebecca Avern's work, I see that there's lots of things that are indicated in the textbooks and they do reflect real life practices, but that's not what I saw translating into the research. So I did a structured search of a few different databases to see what evidence there was for various conditions of adolescence and how they approach that, and if that reflected these clinical questions. So I searched CINAHL, PubMed, Cochrane, and the Cochrane Library, and what I found was pain studies, including menstrual-related pain and headaches, are probably the commonest studies. And then secondary to that are studies of anxiety and depression. And then but I noticed that when I looked into it a little bit deeper and looked at the populations, a lot of the time it was children and adolescents, or adolescents and adults. And there weren't that many studies that just had adolescents to themselves. And so even though this chart looks quite well populated, the research was not really of that great quality. The sample sizes were small. Many of the studies were pilot studies. There were very few systematic reviews. And in some of the systematic reviews, they found no evidence to include in the systematic reviews to come to a conclusion. None of them investigated the use of acupuncture for menstrual disorders, the systematic reviews, which were the commonest thing, or the mental health issues. There was no mention at all of acupuncture in any guidelines for adolescents that I was able to find. So where do we see the clinical relevance of this? When we're thinking about clinical relevance and whether the research reflects this, we can consider the interaction of changing hormones and mood. The association between puberty and mood is evident, but remains poorly understood. Menstrual cycle mood changes have been noted ever since the time of Hippocrates and the Chinese literature prior to that. So prior to the onset of puberty, the rate of mood disorders in males and females is about equal, but in adolescence, depression doubles in biological girls. And while this association is poorly understood, it's apparent that the role of hormones is very contributory. And so in the research investigating the onset of puberty indicators and risk of depression, we also see that we know some of the indicators. When they looked at breast and pubic hair development, examined as predictive factors because they're controlled by 2 different hormonal pathways, this may be a really good indicator of the role of hormones in mood disruption. breast development in girls is controlled largely by increased estradiol, whereas pubic hair development in both males and females is controlled by adrenal androgens. And we saw in this research that depression was significantly associated with breast status. And with increasing breast status, depressive symptoms incrementally increased. The acupuncture research, however, does not examine any of these links or the potential treatment effects or how we can look at the association of mood or pain or any of these other outcomes with changes in hormones themselves. This was not really seen in any of the studies that I found for adolescents in particular, even though I know that acupuncture research has investigated some of these outcomes. When I focused particularly on acupuncture for pain studies for the adolescent population, this was all the trials that I could come up with. And what I saw when I looked at whether the research reflected the clinical practice, pain studies were predominantly for menstrual pain and dysmenorrhea and endometriosis, which seems reasonable. And what we see is about 10% of consultations, 10% of women experience this pain before and around their period, but in clinic up to 60% of people will present with period-related pain as their primary concern. So for acupuncture research, this is of real importance. But the clinical sample size was low. Generally, the trial showed safety and acceptability, and it suggests effectiveness. But why? But the studies, there are not many studies being in the adolescent population were of concern. Additionally, the studies generally compare 1 or 2 points only and compare it to a sham. Or they compare the efficacy of 1 point against another point, which would be considered efficacy trials looking at mechanism of action. But it's not reflective of what happens in clinical practice. For effectiveness trials. So when we're looking at effectiveness trials, we're really thinking about pragmatic trials. And so what are they? This is generally a criticism of acupuncture trials, actually, that there isn't real world effectiveness being addressed. And so the difference between efficacy and effectiveness trials is generally not well understood. But in particular, it's not well understood by practitioners who might disregard treatment effects, say of spleen 6 for period-related pain if that's the only point being used, or that spleen 6 wasn't superior to large intestine 4 and they were the only 2 points being compared. Not that they might have been more effective than, say, gallbladder 21, which doesn't have an effect perhaps on these systems, where we're not really seeing what we would see in clinical practice. And I know that all of you could spend all day discussing the merits of sham or otherwise. But for teen populations participating in these trials, qualitative research tells us they do want to participate. And again, I'm coming back to the idea that what is the common outcome measure that these teens are really interested in? Do they want to know about mood regulation, pain? What are the patterns that we're seeing in those that we could put to a clinical trial and design trials to suit whatever the teens are after themselves? So as most of you know, Chinese medicine views the life cycle for girls and women to be in 7-year cycles for girls and 8-year cycles for boys and men. And as we know, Qi Po, who's the mythological doctor in the Nanjing, he informs us that when a girl is 7 years of age, the emanations of the kidneys become abundant. She begins to change her teeth and her hair grows longer. When she reaches her 14th year, she begins to menstruate and is able to become pregnant, and the movement of the great thoroughfare pulse is strong. This is the Ren and the Chong Mai. And menstruation comes at regular times, and thus the girl is able to give birth to a child. So we can see that these cycles are predominantly viewed according to their reproductive energies only. And then we go on to see, so from 14 to 21 years of age, a girl matures into a woman. This is considered to be the late summer period with an abundance of heat and dampness. Upward growth slows and the secondary sex characteristics are more prominent. Not only is she now fertile, she should also be maturing emotionally during this time. She'll become wiser and calmer over the period, starting to make making considered decisions and actions. This occurs as the yin comes in. So now we're seeing the psychosocial aspects that are also noted in the classics, which are of great importance. The classics go on to say that this is the time of the bright yang and the great yin, which is considered to be the most balanced time of yin and yang. The kidney Ming Men is nourished by spleen and stomach. So therefore we must consider the balance of yin, yang, qi and blood, as well as jin, ye, shen and jing. So these are really key elements for us to be thinking about for this differential diagnosis and practical treatment trials for adolescents, looking at real world patterns as we see different essences and energies are responsible for different pathways and cycles. And so that is really of particular importance to us in differential diagnosis. How the menstrual cycle is viewed by Chinese medicine theory is also of importance because, again, the differential diagnosis we might take to treat different parts of the menstrual cycle depending on what's going on. The follicular phase we see is governed by kidney yin and blood. Ovulation is controlled by liver qi and blood. The luteal phase is managed by the energies of the kidney yang and spleen qi. The premenstrual transformation is assisted by liver qi, and when the menstrual blood is allowed to flow, all these energies have time to rest. So considering that, the reductionist approaches and methods that are applied to clinical trials according to the Western medical paradigms, having the understanding of constitutional patterns of disharmony is of real importance here, to be able to think about how do we translate those patterns and cycles into different research approaches that would be relevant and appropriate. So what are the issues with the teens? What we're seeing is that adolescence, the very hallmarks of adolescence create some of these disharmonies in the patterns. The texts tell us, and we know from experience, that in order to be healthy, it's important to follow the cycles of nature. Observe the balance of the vital fluids and essences, and these cycles pertain to sleep, eating habits, and the female menstrual cycle. And living out of accordance with these natural cycles, like staying up too late, not eating at regular times, which really characterize adolescence, allows disease to occur and can disturb these natural growing cycles. So in addition, academic and social stresses that we see with the teens exacerbates the disharmonies. And so it's important to allow for these teens to be able to foster the management of how they work in with these cycles when we're in clinical consultation with these teens. The cycles, when they're dysregulated, may impact hormonal balance, and the dysregulation of this hormonal balance impacts the natural cycle. And so this is a key distinction for diagnosis and treatment. And also it's indicative, or may be indicative, of clusters of symptoms, which again are rarely captured by research outcomes. So why is this important for us? Clinicians must be aware of the high frequency of the psychosocial disorders that begin during adolescence and thinking about the balance of the yin and the yang. Depression is common in these young people, and while suicide's rare, suicidal ideation is actually as common as up to 10% of adolescents. Anxiety often manifests during adolescence, and other mood disorders and disruptive behaviours. Eating disorders are more common, especially with girls. And clinicians really need to develop an open and trusting relationship with the adolescent. And then they can identify problems, develop therapeutic relationships, offer practical advice, and importantly, when it's appropriate, make really appropriate referrals to specialised care. So although many aspects or areas of complementary medicine are important and they're promising, and they're well suited for this teenage population, where we see that these teens really, out of altruism, they want to participate in research trials, and it's important because behaviours are laid down at this stage of life. So it's essential for us as healthcare practitioners to learn what it is that these teens want and how can we best support that in our treatments. Acupuncture itself has demonstrated effect on the circulatory system, nervous system, musculoskeletal and endocrine system. So all of these will be in complete overdrive during adolescence and can make these young people feel out of control. So balancing the endocrine system is a real distinctive advantage that acupuncture has as a system of medicine. Practitioners have a unique role also, being sympathetic, non-judgmental, and really providing an ear for this population. And we'll see from the following presentations that the balancing of these hormones and neurotransmitters, which is well observed in acupuncture, will be of benefit for these other ongoing major life transitions, which are largely hormonally driven. So some other practical and evidence-based tools that might be of value for teens are other evidence-based lifestyle advice that we could introduce to teens and provide practical and easy tools for them to use during this time. We know from research that there are a lot of non-pharmaceutical ways to regulate hormones and also fill hormonal gaps that may have been created through circumstances such as the way a child was born, having been born by cesarean section, or some other issues that have happened during childhood that may have disrupted these hormones and created a deficit. So, and these particular tools and techniques that are shown in these little pictorials have been shown to affect the release and production of oxytocin, serotonin, dopamine, and endorphins, which are all very influential hormones and neurotransmitters in the endocrine system. And they really assist in the regulation of body systems. So what are our future directions? Having specific trials designed for adolescent participants. We know that they want to be included in research and they're very altruistic in their approaches. Systematic reviews of common issues such as menstrual pain, mood disorder, and acne may be really important to conduct and guide clinical practice, but getting input from the teens themselves is important. The inclusion of acupuncture into clinical guidelines for adolescents is important, as normalising of pain and mood disorders for this age group has occurred, and this encourages a lack of interventions which deals with the underlying issues that may be there and really deals with the band-aid solutions with pharmaceuticals. Outcome measures which reflect the main concerns of adolescents, pain, acne, anxiety, and depression, but using qualitative research measures to find out from the teens themselves. Common outcome measures and research that captures clusters of symptoms may be of benefit. Investigating the effectiveness of complex interventions also would be engaging for teens. And where sample sizes are generally small and the generalizability of research is limited for this age group, we could employ novel approaches to collaborative research. Recently, a team that I've been leading has published a protocol in the BMJ Open which outlines methods for a prospective meta-analysis for an education intervention, which includes acupressure for pain relief in labour. And it allows for the evaluation of this complex educational intervention by several different research teams, and we've all agreed to capture common outcome measures, and this gives us a really large sample size so that we're able to see small changes in this population, and it gives us really broad generalisability. Collaboration of researchers using these common outcome measures could be quite key to guiding research and practice with sufficiently large sample sizes and really capturing the outcomes of interest. And additionally, providing longitudinal outcomes to assess the benefit of this age group as they mature into adulthood, going through their other key hormonal issues like fertility, pregnancy, and menopause, which our next presenters are going to address for us. So thank you for your time today. It's been a pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Levitt. That was a tremendous presentation. I'm really excited to introduce Dr. Hollander Rubin now. She will be talking about infertility and infertility. Dr. Lee Hollander Rubin is a doctor of acupuncture and oriental medicine, and she's on the staff at the Osher Center for Integrative Medicine at the University of California, San Francisco. In her career, she's provided thousands of treatments to support patients on their journey to parenthood, and she has also investigated acupuncture and whole systems, TCM, approaches as adjuvant to in vitro fertilization. She has also published several outcomes and birth studies. I'm happy to turn the time over to you now, Dr. Hollander Rubin.
Thank you so much, Dr. Taylor Swanson. I really appreciate that. And as we continue through the lifespan, I'm going to focus on the reproductive years and impacts on infertility and IVF. I have nothing to disclose. So in this talk, I really want to just give a background of how acupuncture can support fertility based on the literature, describe some proposed mechanisms of action, give an overview of the current literature, and then summarize some of the limitations of the current literature and maybe even get on to some future directions. Now, in the United States, 1 in 8 suffer from infertility, and that's representing a substantial percentage of reproductive aged women and men in the US. The National Survey of Family Growth Survey showed that all married US women aged 15 to 4 years old, that's 6%, or an estimated of 1.5 million, and thus their husbands were infertile. And 12%, or 3.1 million women, had impaired fecundity. There's a second approach for estimating infertility, and that's just to look at folks who are trying. And when we use those studies, they usually have higher estimates of infertility. A review of those studies finds that most were small and not nationally representative, but they do see an estimate of 12 to 18% of couples do not achieve pregnancy within 12 months or cycles of trying. In the US, we see infertility as a public health issue. So we also, within looking at the National Survey of Family Growth, we also found that advanced reproductive aged women were the most prevalent users of infertility services, and that 7.3 million women have ever used infertility in their lifetimes. Now, when asked, couples will report that they supplement their infertility treatments with integrative health approaches. Anywhere between 8 to 47% add acupuncture, 12 to 17% report adding herbs, and these utilization rates can vary greatly from country to country or even region to region of the country that you're looking at. But there are concerns. Patients don't always report the use of these therapies to their managing doctors, and overall, integration of these services with conventional medical treatments is somewhat limited. Conventional providers are concerned about safety and efficacy of herbs and supplements, and I don't think this is an unreasonable concern. There's not a lot of safety data regarding herbs and or supplements, and from a practical standpoint, we as clinicians, we don't want to adversely inhibit or potentiate the effects of medications such as gonadotropins, which are intended to stimulate follicular growth as an example. Now, since most physicians are most accepting of acupuncture, let's shift our focus there and ask the question, why would we want to use it? So there's multiple biological correlates of acupuncture, and some were touched upon by Dr. Levitt that relate to reproductive functions and theoretical models of how acupuncture could support reproductive physiology. And based on animal and human models, acupuncture is proposed to inhibit central sympathetic nerve tone. And this is via the A-delta NC fibers, which in turn leads to vasodilation. That's great because it increases endometrial thickness and or ovarian blood flow. We also see increases in circulating endogenous opioids, specifically beta endorphins, which can help mitigate the stress associated with infertility, as those with infertility report stress levels equivalent to those with cancer. Acupuncture also appears to increase the release of neurotransmitters like serotonin, dopamine, neuropeptides, oxytocin, as well as other endogenous opioids. This is hypothesized to impact the hypothalamus pituitary ovarian axis and in initiating a cascade of effects on ovulatory and menstrual regularity, and ultimately, our hope is fertility and fecundity. Now, in the polycystic ovarian syndrome models, or PCOS, we see acupuncture can cause an increase in skeletal muscle glucose uptake and clinically relevant reductions in hyperinsulinemia and increases in insulin clearance. These observations may help us understand acupuncture's role in the insulin resistance aspect of PCOS. Now, let's look at a couple of other biomarkers in the PCOS model. Now, acupuncture may have an effect on hyperandrogenism. When acupuncture was provided twice weekly for 10 to 13 weeks, and there was there's estrogen controls in this group, it provided a significant reduction in all androgen conjugates except 17G and 4-dione at the 13-week endpoint. In another small trial, when electroacupuncture was compared with exercise and no treatment, it reduced elevated androgens when compared with physical exercise or no intervention at the end of treatment and sustained that improvement at the 32-week follow-up. Now, in PCOS, anti-Müllerian hormone, or AMH, is typically elevated, and it signifies a very active follicular activity within the ovary. After 16 weeks of electroacupuncture, serum levels of AMH were significantly reduced in that group with electroacupuncture by about 17.5%, and that differed from the change in the exercise group, and it remained decreased by 15% at the follow-up at 32 weeks. In overweight, obese women with PCOS, 5 weeks of electroacupuncture reduced hemoglobin A1C, which is right here, and both circulating and subcutaneous adipose tissue concentrations of testosterone and DHT or dihydrotestosterone. Now let's move on to the impact of acupuncture on ovulation. Anovulation is an important diagnostic criteria for PCOS, and in this study, 96 subjects were randomized to either real or sham acupuncture, and they had acupuncture twice weekly for 4 weeks, and that was followed by once a week for 4 more weeks. Both intervention arms seemed to have the same response. There was no difference between ovulation rates between the acupuncture and sham group or within them. But when acupuncture was compared to an attention control, we saw that acupuncture for 10 to 13 weeks increased the frequency of ovulation compared to that control. And it's about 0.76 ovulations per month compared to 0.41. When we look at menstrual frequency in PCOS, the menstrual frequency was not different between real and sham acupuncture. Within group, however, there was significant improvement in the sham group and a trending towards significance in the acupuncture group. When we look at menstrual frequency in the PCOS population when acupuncture was compared to to exercise or no treatment, the electroacupuncture increased menstrual frequency compared to those two groups. Does acupuncture have any impact on birth outcomes? Well, let's take a look at the trials. So in this large 2x2 factorial trial of 1,000 Chinese women, they could have been randomized into one of 4 groups. They could have gotten real acupuncture and Clomid, control acupuncture and Clomid, real acupuncture and a placebo pill, or control acupuncture and a placebo pill. You can see between these two groups, there's not a lot of difference between them. And you'd be right in that electroacupuncture and Clomid were not superior to controls to increase clinical pregnancy or live births in Chinese women with PCOS. Now, I could say as a clinician, I would never expect acupuncture to be, to outperform Clomid to induce ovulation. But I would have hoped that it would have improved the Clomid outcomes. Now, the latest systematic review and meta-analyses were published in 2019, and the first was completed by Caroline Smith's group in Australia. And they only included trials in their analysis that were looking at IVF birth outcomes. And they had 20 trials with over 5,100 participants. And when acupuncture was compared to no acupuncture on the outcome of clinical pregnancy, we see that there were 12 trials with more than 2,200 participants. Acupuncture increased the risk of pregnancy by 32%. And on the outcome of live births, there were 9 trials and 1,980 participants. Acupuncture increased the risk of live birth by 30%. There was no difference between groups on either outcome when acupuncture was compared to a sham control. The second meta-analysis was completed by Nccih, and they included all trials with acupuncture performed during an IVF and included those that had an outcome of pain management during egg retrieval. So they had 27 trials and more than 1,000 more participants in their analysis. When acupuncture was compared to no acupuncture in their analysis, the outcome of clinical pregnancy, they had 17 trials and more than 3,000 participants, and acupuncture increased the risk of pregnancy by 28%, very similar to the Smith outcomes. On the outcome of live birth, there were 9 trials of 1,992 patients. Acupuncture was not superior to no acupuncture, but it was trending towards significance. Like Smith et al.'s meta-analysis, they saw no difference between the groups on either outcome when acupuncture was compared to a sham control. Now, of note, there's significant heterogeneity in these trials, as you can see by the I-squared statistic, so multiple sub-analyses were performed. Several influential characteristics were found. More acupuncture increases the risk of pregnancy by 50 to 60% if the baseline pregnancy rate was less than 30%. Acupuncture could increase the risk of pregnancy by 60%. When acupuncture was not provided after embryo transfer, and we're talking specifically like in the luteal phase, pregnancies were increased by 17%. And it appears that the modified protocol from the original Polis study is more successful than the straight protocol. Now, there's significant limitations as well. Nearly all of these studies were performed with fresh autologous embryos, which means embryos that were from the mother. They were not donor eggs, and they were also performed without genetic testing. This means that the evidence has not kept up with current ART practice. And the treatments that are investigated are not what typically happens in clinical practice around the world. We see people for longer. We see them earlier in the ART process, and they get more than 2 sessions. So does acupuncture help patients cope with the burden of infertility? As I mentioned before, it's similar to those patients who have cancer. In a meta-analysis that looked at non-pharmacological interventions on anxiety, any intervention, they had 20 trials with over 3,600 patients. They had a small but significant reduction in anxiety, a standardized mean difference of 0.25, and significant heterogeneity of those trials. And if we focus just on the acupuncture trials, there were 5 trials there with 988 patients that had a moderate but significant effect on the impacts or on the outcomes of anxiety, but also significant heterogeneity. I would also add that the effects of the acupuncture in these trials is similar to the sub-analysis that included cognitive behavioral therapy as a treatment for anxiety. And so let's look at the polycystic ovarian syndrome trial. This is the same trial where there's 16 weeks of acupuncture and it's compared to exercise or no intervention, and they were followed up at 32 weeks. Depression and anxiety were assessed at both of the time points, at the end of treatment as well as the end of the follow-up period, and there was no difference between groups on depression. But there was a within-group change. At 32 weeks, the acupuncture group had significantly lower levels of depression, but it obviously was not superior to the other groups. On the outcome of anxiety, the electroacupuncture group also reported significantly less anxiety, both within group and then compared to the exercise group, but it wasn't superior to the control. Qualitatively, reproductive medicine patients were asked about their experiences, and 4 major categories of perceptions were identified. Their awareness of and perceptions or perceived benefits of acupuncture, their perceptions of their body and how the acupuncture impacts it, how they perceive stress and acupuncture's role in their resilience, and finally, how acupuncture intersected with medical treatments. As a clinician, I have to say these 2 comments that were identified within the paper really resonated with my own clinical experience. The first patient really felt acupuncture was beneficial because it offered a new way to understand something that Western medicine couldn't explain. And this makes sense because we think about Eastern medicine as being a separate explanatory model for physiology and pathology. The second patient was grieving and felt more empowered and resilient with acupuncture, saying after going through treatment and going into the IVF cycle, she felt more prepared to do what it takes to become parents. So where do we go from here? As we noted before, there's lots of limitations with the literature. It's difficult to interpret. There's only 2 to 3 sessions in a majority of the trials, and it's not superior to the sham or placebo needles. But we do see that based on the meta-analyses that it does significantly reduce anxiety. And there's also significant heterogeneity amongst the studies. The number and frequency of the sessions are different, trial designs are different, outcome measures are different. We need to figure out ways to make them more similar. An adequate comparator is also needed. Sham or placebo needles may have more robust effects than other placebos, and we should consider not using them. And the dose of acupuncture is often insufficient in the trials from a clinical perspective. We need to be thinking about a larger dose. But what is an adequate dose? And I'm not sure that we know yet, but observational studies suggest, mine specifically, we did a retrospective study of patients who went through IVF. 13 to 14 sessions added to a fresh IVF cycle was associated with an increased odds of live birth in fresh autologous and donor IVF cycles compared to IVF alone. These are very large odds ratios, and there's also very broad confidence intervals, so I want to encourage you to take these outcomes with caution, but they do signal that there could be something important about more treatment. In a prospective observational study, 11 sessions were added to fresh cycles, and they were also associated with more live births than IVF alone. Does age matter? I would say yes, it does. In advanced reproductive aged women, we found that 38 to 42-year-old patients appeared to get the most benefit from a larger dose of acupuncture, that 11 to 14 sessions. But again, numbers are small here, confidence intervals are very wide, so more research is clearly needed to better understand this. But if we think about this from the perspective of the aging, I love that Dr. Levitt also touched upon this. At age 35, we see a depletion in all of the resources that are vital for reproduction. Her reproductive potential weakening from the age of 35 is increasing, and blood flow is less free or stagnant, and the blood is becoming weaker. So my conclusions are that for birth outcomes, acupuncture is more effective than no acupuncture, but our efficacy is still unclear. For psychosocial outcomes, acupuncture provides moderate and significant effects in reducing anxiety. And I just want to circle back to our levels of evidence here. Again, the systematic reviews and evidence syntheses and clinical guidelines are really important in better dissemination and implementation of the information and the practice within clinical care. As I reviewed all of the trials and data that I had access to, I looked at PubMed, EBSCO, and the Web of Science. We see that all of these particular aspects of infertility have been touched upon by textbooks, nearly all of them by case studies, a robust number with cohort studies and trials. And then there's about 4 meta-analyses that are looking at some of these aspects: IVF, PCOS, endometriosis, and anxiety and depression. But for the clinical guidelines, these 3 do not actually recommend acupuncture, but they did review it. And then endometriosis, they did recommend acupuncture, but it was specifically for endometriosis-related pelvic pain. I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Helen Rubin. That was a terrific presentation on infertility. I'm really excited to turn the time over now to Dr. Betts, who will be speaking with us regarding pregnancy. Dr. Deborah Betts is the author of The Essential Guide to Acupuncture in Pregnancy and Childbirth, and that was published in 2006. Following her PhD research through the University of Western Sydney, she was involved in developing and delivering an online master's research program for acupuncturists. And for the past 10 years, she has also been involved in a hospital outpatients maternity acupuncture clinic, delivering acupuncture programs for midwives, and is currently involved with online mentoring for acupuncturists and maternity care. So it's with great pleasure I turn the time over now to Dr. Betts. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much. It's such an honour to be part of this presentation with such esteemed researchers and also clinical practitioners. And I'm sharing this pregnancy section with Dr. Claudia Sikovic, who will be following on with her a more detailed look from 36 weeks onwards through to postpartum. So I just wanted to start really with the idea of the focus of this presentation for me is using that title about translating research into practice. I'm going to look at what practitioners you actually use in clinical practice, what we know about that, briefly summarise the current research for clinical practice, and sort of summarise with some ideas about are there ways we can move research forward to benefit practitioners in clinical practice. So what do we know about acupuncturists who are practicing in pregnancy? An obvious benefit of acupuncture for pregnancy is that it doesn't involve any medications, and it therefore is quite has a lot of potential to be acceptable to relieve a lot of the conditions in pregnancy where women are reluctant to take medications and clinicians are reluctant to prescribe medications that may have adverse effects. And so what we do know is when we survey acupuncturists or people using acupuncture, they are treating pregnant women. And there are pregnant women coming into their clinics wanting treatment. So this first survey was done in New Zealand and Australia amongst New Zealand and Australian acupuncturists. And we were looking at practitioners treating women's health conditions in the previous year. And you can see that 91% had treated pregnancy. And their most common conditions were the nausea, back and pelvic pain, preparing women for labour, and they were also using induction of labour, threatened miscarriage, so bleeding in pregnancy, headaches and migraines. And the the second survey is from UK acupuncturists, and they form a support team where they sort of have meetings and education sessions and share clinical cases about fertility and pregnancy treatments in women's healthcare. And very similar figures there, we had 88% had treated pregnancy, and again the majority were treating labour preparation, the nausea, the induction of labour, also the lower back and pelvic pain, breech, headaches and migraines. So these come up as quite commonly accounted conditions that have been treated by practitioners. And the final one is a more recent one done by master's students that was working through our program, and she surveyed midwives who had done an acupuncture course, and this is offered here in New Zealand, and you can see that they are again using it for the back and pelvic pain, the induction of labour, the nausea, the breech, the headaches, the anxiety and depression. So that just to me is indicating that it is being used by not only acupuncturists but also health professionals like midwives who have done some training, because they see it as a useful tool to use in pregnancy. But what is the evidence for that? Where are we on that scale of being able to offer this with confidence with evidence to back practice? And we're all familiar with this pyramid. In terms of looking at the actual literature, the textbooks do talk about a wide range of conditions. So we have all of those top conditions that we see practitioners encountering in clinical practice, but also a whole range of conditions with huge potential to be able to be offered to women. So for preeclampsia, that emotional, the anxiety and depression, the anemia, fetal growth restriction, the pregnancy rashes that women suffer for, more musculoskeletal conditions than just back and pelvic pain. And then a whole lot, I haven't actually listed them all here, but those of you can find these in the textbooks, a lot of what we would call minor disorders of pregnancy where women are just told that this is normal and have to put up with it. Varicosities, constipation, the heartburn, the insomnia. So all of these as well show up as being suggested treatments within the acupuncture text. In terms of actual, what we've got here is coming through, we can see that there are some case histories, very limited case histories. We've got some observational studies. That last line down there after the varicosities and constipation is, I've put in a line for reporting clinical practice. So that's just observational studies of who's coming into clinic, how these clinics are operating and any outcome measures they might be using. So we do have some observational studies. In terms of the RCTs, once we look at the nausea, hyperemesis, back, pelvic pain and breech, the RCTs, there are some, they are very small. They really are more pilot feasibility studies, small numbers, really not to be taken there's a lot there that needs to be desired in terms of talking about outcomes and having confidence in the results of those RCTs. But there have been some small RCTs done for those problems in pregnancy. And we have systematic reviews for the nausea, hyperemesis, back and pelvic pain and breech. And what is interesting about that is that although the findings are not clear-cut with the recommendations, we have clinical guidelines. So we have clinical guidelines for these, the nausea, the hyperemesis, the back and pelvic pain and the breech. And although there are limitations to this in that these clinical guidelines are looking at acupressure for the hyperemesis and they're looking at moxa only for the breech. So we'll go for it. So I'm just going to look at, so we do have some limited research that we can use and I'm certainly interested in using that for how we could use that so that practitioners can use that in their clinical practice to advertise, to promote, to look at what they're doing and self-reflect their learning and look at their outcomes. But when we look at what practitioners actually think of research, usually there's a big disconnect in terms of them not being aware of what the research is and not being aware how to use it. And this is just something that's come from a focus group that was done. There were 3 focus groups done from practitioners in New Zealand and Australia. And we asked them about their clinical practice and about research and how they made treatment decisions and what they thought of the research that was out there. And this was for women's health and including pregnancy. And the aim was to explore what influenced their decisions relating to research and what they saw as barriers or how they facilitated or incorporated research into their practice. Now this has been submitted for publication but has not been published yet. I just wanted to share with you some of the quotes from my colleagues who are practitioners, and they really just thought that research was quite irrelevant to their practice. They thought that research needed to adapt to practitioners to provide a better lens. So they said, overlaying the Western science mind on Chinese medicine, it doesn't fit. It's utterly the wrong lens. And one of the major issues with acupuncture research is that it's not individualized, and therefore it's just not relevant at all to them. That really research was for the medics and patients. It wasn't really for acupuncture practitioners. I don't utilize research in my practice. I don't see the value in it. It's more for the public and doctors to see what we do. And a big pushback about the actual research, and that they don't, even when it's available and even when it might be positive, that it's not, they actually talk to people about how individualized practice is better than the research protocols and that they won't use those protocols. I generally end up explaining why I'm not going to do what the research says. I'm describing individualized treatments and how it's far more important and you actually get better results. And then there was this theme around research needing to be more digestible for them, that they really didn't know how to talk about it or understand it, and that it needed to be presented to them in a way that they could digest it and make it relevant to their clinical practice. And they also wanted research from people that they could trust were also clinicians. And if there's someone who's there with experience clinically, they might take it on board and actually apply the research in their practice. So the conclusion was really that we came to is there was a big disconnect between what they saw as research and what, mainly because they perceived a lack of individualization. They wanted case histories. They thought that that was valuable research, but that everything else wasn't really relevant to them. So in terms of, this is a little bit interesting to me because there are things that practitioners could do with the research that they have, and obviously one of the that we haven't as researchers, we haven't communicated well to practitioners, or perhaps we need to put some effort into communicating. One of them is Cochrane reviews you can use for safety, because we have these conducted trials where you can compare the groups who had the acupuncture type interventions with the control groups and say, well, at least this is safe. And in pregnancy, this is such a huge issue that we really need to be using this as part of our information. But as was pointed out previously, the dosage and the actual interventions in these treatments are not useful for clinical practice. And this is just taking breech for an example, but it goes for all of those pregnancy Cochrane reviews in terms of, is this actually an intervention that I would use in practice as an acupuncturist? And there are so many types of interventions in these trials that bear very little relevance to actual clinical practice. And so, as well as having the disparity in terms of having different types of interventions being examined in the trials, you have interventions that are not transferable to what is actually been happening in clinic or what practitioners are using in clinic. And in addition to the Cochrane reviews, because that was done a while ago, there have been more RCTs, but again, they've used things like laser, which, a lot of practitioners don't have expensive laser machines in their practice. And one was fine needling, where they actually used bladder 67 and they needled it, and then they lit the end of the needle to warm it up to mimic fire needling, which is an intervention I would not be keen to bring into my practice. However, it's probably no coincidence that the Cochrane reviews and where we have Cochrane reviews, we also have clinical guidelines, which is very heartening. And this is such useful information for practitioners to be using in their advertising, to be opening dialogue with their medical colleagues about these guidelines. And we have that for moxibustion. We have it for the acupuncture for pelvic girdle and lower back pain, and we have it for nausea and vomiting in pregnancy. And guidelines in hospitals. So if practitioners look, there are often physiotherapy guidelines in hospitals. This is the one we use for our hospital clinics. So we have an acupuncture policy that we adapted from the physiotherapy policy just to include the pregnancy research. And we have cohort studies that practitioners could use, or we can really explore producing more of these cohort studies, where these come from hospital. The first two come from the hospital clinic that I'm involved in. We're reporting on demographics, who's seeking treatment, what they're seeking treatment for, normalising that acupuncture is being sought out by these women and used. And then we have the study from Korea, which looked at the insurance data to look at safety for women who are receiving acupuncture and that they could claim through their insurance. And the final cohort study there is from a UK and the National Health System, a UK maternity clinic that's again produced a very good article about what they're doing, and they used some looking at birth outcomes. And so these studies really sort of demonstrate the normalisation of acupuncture and how it's being used within a population. And we have case histories. And now I know these are at the bottom of the pyramid, well, just above the textbooks. And they have obvious issues with being able to link cause and effect, which is often what people are looking for when they want to look at randomized controlled trials. However, I think in terms of acupuncturists and the research that might be valuable for other acupuncturists, and to actually look at what is actually happening in clinical practice and the potential and the idea to hypothesize about the possibility of acupuncture, case histories could be an important step forward. The issue here really is about it not being a story, but it being a piece of research, about it being organised well, clear focus, pertinent detail. Though that is what is needed, and we have case report guidelines that we can use now to help acupuncturists understand what is required in a case history for it to be taken seriously as a piece of research. And I'm just highlighting this one from a colleague who, from Sina, who's a colleague who works in a Minneapolis inpatient setting, and her work in treating women with preeclampsia, and a very well-written case history that I think can be held up as an example for the future of this type of research that could be produced by practitioners to illustrate the potential. So how do we, this is just moving forward, how can researchers and practitioners connect to benefit our profession, to help acupuncture become more established as a branch of care within the medical system, and particularly for me within pregnancy, where it can be so valuable. So we know we have some limited evidence, and I'd like to sort of propose that rather than just using the evidence that we have, that we move forward to developing evidence that's relevant for practitioners to be able to use and to be able to promote. And one of that is a call to researchers to actually start reporting on the relevance of what is in RCTs, and when they do systematic reviews, the relevance of the interventions to clinical practice. So as we all know, we have these great systems in place to look at bias and look at how the RCTs are carried out, and the trustworthiness of the RCT and the level of bias in these RCTs. But we don't actually seriously evaluate whether the intervention that has been delivered is relevant to clinical practice. And there is research underway to look at that. And so we have the Nccih scale, which has been developed, and it has 26 items to report on the quality of acupuncture within these trials. And that is one way that we can start to turn the conversation into what is relevant and how it's reported. However, I would also like to see some brainstorming about something that could be very simple and actually very clearly for when practitioners read studies or want to discuss their study with their local midwife or obstetrician about linking it back to clinical practice. So some sentences around how does this actually relate to the reality of clinical practice. And I've just made something up there, realities of acupuncture practice for practitioners, sort of like a wrap statement that could be included in reports, and that could therefore report that fire needling is not a common clinical practice for the use of turning breech babies or something, so that we actually build that into the studies that practitioners can identify with and can use to express how relevant it is to their clinical practice. And if I looked at that and took that sort of clinical relevance to the Cochrane reviews, you can see there that there were 12 studies, but there was only one that in any way reflects what I would use in clinical practice. So just using acupressure on one point, just using moxibustion on one point, just using a needle into pericardium 6 to evaluate the effect is not relevant to clinical practice. And I think I'd like that sort of to be made more obvious within the reviews. Hyperemesis, they actually did use some more acupuncture type interventions. Back and pelvic pain, the research there have been done by physios and midwives and medical acupuncturists, and really there are none of those studies that I would use in my own clinical practice. And breech out of the 8, there's really one that I see as relevant to clinical practice. So the other call, apart from a call to our researchers to investigate ways that we can make it more relevant for practitioners, is for professional bodies to upskill practitioners, because it was very clear that they really did not understand research and were not required to understand it, that they could choose their education points from what they were interested in. And it seems to me that there could be a call made for professional bodies to pool their resources to actually deliver online entry research programs that would explain how research is relevant to practitioners, how to advertise, how to promote their practice, how to promote the clinical guidelines that we have, that they require professional competencies for some of these early introductory into research programs, opportunities for journal clubs to discuss the latest research, that these are provided and the researchers are paid by the professional bodies to deliver these programs so that it becomes an accepted part of professional practice, that practitioners understand some really basic research concepts and how to discuss them, and to support practitioners to produce observational reporting from their clinics, case histories from clinical practice, and there's all sorts of ideas there about supporting these practitioners, perhaps providing research contacts with people who can write about research to work with practitioners as well, so that we could have some excellent, high quality observational studies and case histories produced to really describe what's going on in clinical practice. So future directions, it's really could go could go in a lot of directions, but I really hope that it's positive and we can find ways to integrate research into clinical practice and show what we do to Western medicine, so that pregnancy can be brought into healthcare for women. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Betts. That was a tremendous presentation. I have the real honor of introducing now Dr. Sitkovits, who is going to be talking with us regarding perinatal care. Dr. Claudia Sitkovits has led the acupuncture service at New York University Hospital in Brooklyn since 2004, providing inpatient acupuncture instruction in several units. Her 2009 study of acupuncture for labor and delivery was the first in the United States, as was her 2015 PhD study on acupuncture for stroke rehabilitation. Her book, Acupressure and Acupuncture During Birth, was published in 2019, and Claudia is an associate editor, guest editor, and editorial board member for several East Asian medicine journals. Welcome, Dr. Sitkovits. We look forward to your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Lisa. It's just a delight to be in this group of practitioner, clinician, researchers. It's unusual, and it's been such a pleasure developing these talks. I am going to pick up the baton from Dr. Betts, not just in terms of bringing the pregnancy across the finish line, but also in terms of looking very carefully into the relationship between what research we have, what people are doing in the clinic, and how those two entities can and should inform each other better than they currently do now. I'm very excited about the RAP scale. I'm going to be applying it to every study I ever read from now on. That's a terrific innovation. I'm all in. I have nothing to disclose, except perhaps that birth is messy. Spoiler alert. It's a variable event. It's a massively important event in people's lives. It's very individual, and it's complex. There are principles of East Asian medicine that one could well apply across all of these three extremely different births, but there are absolutely no things that you could instruct a practitioner to do that would be equally accurate, or equally appropriate. So this idea that that Dr. Betts introduced about the importance of practitioners perceiving research as irrelevant to what they do when the research has them doing the same thing every time to very different people, or when it has them doing things they would never do. To get back to birth, there's so many factors that make a birth individual and complex. You know, there's what the baby needs to do to get through her pelvis, the bones. There's what her soft tissue is doing and isn't doing in terms of relaxing and contracting. There are all the hormones that tell the soft tissue what to do, and if they haven't been well balanced during fertility, they may also not be well balanced as birth approaches. How much sleep has she had, after all, whilst carrying a youngster in her belly? Everything that's going on with her emotions, up to and including traumatic history. If you're asking somebody to please rate their level of anxiety on a scale from 1 to 10, and they've had a sexual trauma, it's barely applicable. And so really understanding that there's an inherent difficulty in measuring birth as a medical event, that it is a mother meeting her baby for the first time. It's a human experience she's having, and in some countries more than others, that's become a medical event whose outcomes get quantified using technical terms, but a mother need not be a patient automatically. And so who a person is, her family and her partner support matter tremendously. All kinds of social factors, including, class, race, language, gender identity, economic status, and how that interacts with the kind of care she's getting, the kind of care providers she's seeing. And then the medical conventions she's within, right? Like, what is this birth thing that's happening? Is she at home with a midwife? Is she in a birthing center? Is she in a hospital? If it's a high-risk pregnancy and the baby is at risk, then it's very important that she be in a hospital surrounded by all of the experts. But that will give a very different feel to how the birth is. There is an enormous variation in medical conventions by country, by region, by the kind of medical system that's applying, the kind of medical system that the person is in by virtue of their own financial status in some countries, and by the choice and type of clinician. So you can have cesarean section rates that are as low as 15% in some countries, and then 53% in other countries, right? And it cannot be that women are built so differently between the two countries. There are just conventions about what we do and how we do it and who we are and we approach it. So in terms of this talk, we will unpack the clinical and mechanisms literature in 3 phases of this kind of perinatal journey. We will try to unpack how these complex factors impact the gathering of data about what we do and what we can know about whether it's helping. Dr. Betts is quite right that it's of utmost importance that the profession collect data that demonstrate that what we're doing is useful to people for ourselves as well as for anyone else. I have taken the liberty of adding another column on the left, a purple column that's even lower level than textbooks, which is going pretty low. It's mechanisms research and expert opinion. In most cases, there's agreement, but for several reasons, I've found it useful to reference the mechanisms research and also what clinicians think about what they're doing, as Dr. Betts mentioned. Here's an overview slide. I'll be reproducing the phases of these slides, so you don't need to take it all in right now, but a few general observations. You'll see that there are a few studies that are in parentheses. Those are because they're not really in the pregnancy category, right? So acupuncture is finally widely acknowledged to be a useful treatment for pain. So post-surgical pain, cesarean section pain falls under that category. So the review is applicable, although it's not specific. Similarly with constipation. There's a study that's applicable but not so specific to pregnancy. You'll also notice that there are a number of check marks in the clinical guidelines under things that aren't seen so frequently. As it happens, there was a review of Swedish clinical guidelines for acupuncture in hospitals that complained that they weren't evidence-based enough. So if you see a high overlap between the things that clinicians think they do and things that were written that the clinicians could do in the clinical guidelines, one suspects that perhaps the clinical guidelines were written by a clinician. It should be pointed out that most acupuncture protocols are written on the basis of what you might call expert opinion, and rather than by looking at the research literature, which in most cases just isn't sufficient to make a protocol. So without further ado, for each of these sectors, the prenatal, the intrapartum, the postpartum, I'll talk about kind of this evidence informed practice and practice informed research as being a cloud that we are uploading our practice to and downloading our research from, if that makes sense. So what can clinicians learn from the research is with that green arrow up in the right, and then what we as practitioner researchers can advise that researchers might like to know about practice of perinatal acupuncture is going up on the left. So in terms of pre-labor, again, of course, the experts in the textbooks think that we do everything well. And we're a little lighter on reviews and controlled trials. There are a few case studies. For labor initiation, cervical ripening, and post-dates, the Cochrane review concludes that there's a possible benefit of pre-labor acupuncture or acupressure for cervical ripening. I should mention I'm treating the two together for the purposes of birth, just because it can be very hard to use needles during a birth, and it wouldn't make much sense to pull the interventions apart. They tend to be used interchangeably clinically in a lot of situations. So there's a benefit for cervical ripening, but it doesn't quite show through to the cesarean section rate. The included studies vary in size in their results. It's worth noting that cervical ripening is what happens before you go into the kind of thunderous active labor that you're in the hospital. So again, in terms of a human being having an experience, going to the hospital with the cervix soft and somewhat thinned out and somewhat open can be a very different experience from going to the hospital with the cervix long and hard. So that is not nothing experientially, even if it hasn't necessarily translated to a C-section rate. And then one study in Italy looking at inductions in patients post-dates found that indeed there were fewer inductions when the acupuncture was started after the 40th week. This is one positive trial. There are a number of trials that have tried that same thing and not succeeded at it. So it's worth watching that space. This is the most recent trial. Overall, I want to come back to the fact that the textbooks emphasize the importance of differential diagnosis, that if one patient is not going into labor because she's tense and anxious, and another is not going into labor because she's tired and hasn't slept and is fatigued, that we would do different things with those two people. Their human needs are almost diametrically opposed. And that in terms of relevance, it's critically important to find a way to do research, observational research, pragmatic trials that allowed the clinician to make individual choices whilst still holding an experimental space open. Yeah, standard protocols, it's difficult to meet the needs of two people with extremely different needs with the same point protocol. Pre-labor rupture of membranes. There was a trial that reported shorter labor duration and less oxytocin after people had had their membranes rupture, but the labor wasn't starting as quickly as it should. And that's a clinical problem that does need to be solved. One important piece of differential diagnosis is that very often from a clinical perspective, when that happens, it's happening because the head of the baby is interfacing poorly with the pelvis, and therefore a mechanical approach is quite useful, and just using the needles might not be the whole of the matter. And then one more place where research isn't strong, but there's a lot of expert opinion and some quite elderly mechanisms research, is this matter of prematurity. There's a point on the foot where several different practitioners agree, and this one rather old study, that contractions may stop in their tracks. Clearly in a hospital you have tocolytics for that. You don't need the acupuncture to do it. But in terms of treating threatened miscarriage patients and keeping people in the hospital stable and pregnant for longer. Our colleague Zina Coker, who Dr. Betts mentioned, they were doing kind of a routine comparison of outcomes between their multiple facilities, and at the facility where Ms. Coker was working, the patients were staying pregnant more than twice as long, right? That she was working in the antenatal unit doing this kind of acupuncture to keep people pregnant. So of course they're doing follow-up research on this, but it's an important, early data point. One other issue is that a number of practitioners use moxibustion, the same thing used to treat breech, at a different point to increase amniotic fluid. Since there's nothing for it in biomedicine, it really seems like it ought to be a high priority for research. So in terms of our uploads and downloads, acupuncturists should know that this spleen 4 manual needling or acupuncture needling is something to think about in what you might call calming the uterus. That pre-labor treatments right now are not shown to reduce the C-section rate, so you wouldn't want to brag to your patients that they do. You can talk about cervical ripening, and it is appropriate to, and it's a really important thing to do. And then very importantly, that acupuncture after 40 weeks is still worth considering, even though you would have liked to have started sooner. And then in terms of uploads from practice, high priority, I think, to consider moxibustion for oligohydramnios, just because the outcomes are so bad otherwise. Importance of differential diagnosis in pre-labor treatments, and also thinking about the differential diagnosis of patients with pre-labor rupture of membranes. So in terms of intrapartum care, this may go a little more quickly. Everybody thinks about labor pain. That intervening in the labor is all about making it less horrible and more bearable. And what's your pain level? What's your anxiety level? It need not be a dreadful experience. There's an idea of the more painful the labor is, the more difficult it is, and the more difficult the labor is, the slower it is to dilate. Of course, the more painful that will be. So there's a chicken and egg to labor pain as such, and the course of the labor itself. In Chinese medicine, where we say where there's flow, there's not pain. If you're seeing pain, you're seeing a lack of flow. So helping the baby to move out helps everything. Helping the pain to be less is a matter of figuring out what tissue is holding on to the baby. Is the baby stuck against the bones and the person needs to move? Is the soft tissue holding? This is an important differential diagnosis. So it's important to know that the basic research, does suggest that different points have differential effects on contractions and cervical dilatation. The question of point specificity has been raised as not settled, but there are differences between points, certainly hormonally in labor. It's also worth saying that the right tool for the job may not be a needle, that studies of acupressure, especially during labor, show results in some cases comparable or better than acupuncture. For example, adding acupressure to a labor may well reduce the C-section rate. An Australian study by our Dr. Levitt showed that in the context of other evidence-based non-pharmacologic comfort measures, tremendous difference, reduced pain, reduced duration of labor, reduced use of oxytocin, and reduced C-section rate. That's a home run, to use an American metaphor, of improving birth. Retained placenta, very briefly, this is something that the Chinese language studies showed, the Swedish review of guidelines, of those hospital guidelines showed. It's in textbooks, and it's in kind of clinical practice, that simple acupressure can help the retained placenta, is how it's perceived. We urgently need research on this point. So for sure, it would save so many people so much suffering if doctors and midwives were able to just press an acupressure point, and indeed it would help the placenta to release more quickly at the end of the birth. There's a need for a study of intrapartum acupuncture as a complex intervention toolbox, just for taking care of whatever needs doing during the birth, rather than as a medical intervention for one indication or another indication. It's just not like that. And then as a download from research, acupressure is at least as effective as acupuncture, and that the effect of standardized acupuncture protocols varies widely, that for the same indication, you can have very different research results. In terms of postpartum, care, we have one case study, again, a solid sense of things that the expert opinion and in some cases the clinical guidelines think the field does well. And we'll talk about the specifics. So for cesarean section recovery, as well as just general postpartum care, there are a number of different areas where indeed acupuncture can be recommended. A Cochrane review of what to do about breast engorgement found that acupuncture worked comparably to oxytocin spray, but non-pharmacologic, and then it had lower rates of fever and abscess development. And this is definitely consistent with our clinical experience. Postpartum urinary retention is a severe problem that is addressed in a number of Chinese studies. Constipation, again, so common, I think it doesn't get talked about. And then urinary incontinence. Just as Dr. Levitt was talking about adolescents thinking they needed to put up with dysmenorrhea, urinary incontinence may be much more treatable by Chinese medicine than it's understood to be with biomedicine. And then with postpartum depression, I wanted to circle back to this idea of the person having the human experience, that every patient case of postpartum depression has at its heart a human being feeling as though I can't do this, I can't manage. And that, again, as with birth, it may be anxiety, it may be frustration and stagnation, it may be lethargy. The person has very different human needs that principles of Chinese medicine can meet very well, but individual point prescriptions are not appropriate for as a standardized matter. There's no acupuncture researcher who's such a genius that he can diagnose any of those possible patients out there suffering in this way. And a little bit of a silver lining of the COVID pandemic is that a number of us, Dr. Betts and Dr. Levitt and I, do mentorship for a number of practitioners. And we and they are finding that it's a way to follow up with people that they wouldn't necessarily pack up their baby in their diaper bag and drag themselves out to the office for a postpartum visit for acupuncture. But they could have a talk with an acupuncturist. And there's robust evidence by this point that, that just having a good therapeutic relationship is already genuinely therapeutic. And so for the principles of Chinese medicine, again, to be able to be applied in the questioning and the lifestyle medicine, and then somebody who really is struggling can be escalated to whatever her care provider might choose to do. It's really a new insight that we had about a way to connect with patients now that everybody has Zoom. So here are our uploads and downloads for this final sector, the postpartum care. Acupuncture outperforms standard care for breast engorgement. Think about acupuncture for postpartum urinary retention. And then as our uploads, think about incontinence and constipation, widely treated, well treated with Chinese medicine, at least anecdotally. Consider service-wide observational studies of acupuncture for all of their various postpartum complaints, because there are so many and acupuncture can help with many of them. And then this idea of the follow-up via telehealth, I think could be a really good proof of concept study for East Asian medicine as a lifestyle medicine, not just as a set of techniques. So we've got, here are some of the textbooks we used, and here are references, and thank you so very much for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Sitkovets. That was a tremendous presentation. I know all the other panelists and I really like your cloud idea of uploading and downloading. I have the unique opportunity to now introduce myself as the last speaker in this symposium. Again, I'm Dr. Lisa Taylor Swanson, and I have the real joy of talking with you today about menopause. After leaving private practice of almost 20 years, I pursued a PhD, and the project investigated the potential role of self-awareness or interoception in how women perceived hot flash severity. And my program of research here at the University of Utah in the College of Nursing continues to investigate the potential role of interoception in how we experience symptoms and how we report on them. And I do take a look both at chronic pain and at midlife women's health. So without further ado, I'll just jump in. I do not have any conflicts of interest to declare, and I'll be speaking today regarding the background, just some information about menopause as well as the menopausal transition, including some cultural perspectives. And I'll provide an overview of the scientific literature on this topic and talk just very briefly about potential mechanisms of action that are relevant. And also talk a bit about, what's useful in the scientific literature for clinicians and vice versa, what's useful for researchers to potentially take from, or better yet, work with clinicians in the design of research studies on this important topic. So I first want to start off with a point regarding menopause is a stop. It's a complete cessation of menses. It's a line in the sand with the final menstrual period that's very clear. And the image I have on the right with this gradation of color is the idea of a menopausal transition, which is really important to bear in mind. And I'm actually going to speak a bit about that because women often do experience symptoms for years, sometimes up to a decade during this transition. So that stop, again, that line in the sand, we only know a woman is menopausal once she's had 1 year without a menstrual period. And so then we retrospectively look back to when that final menstrual period was, and again, call that kind of a line in the sand from which we measure when menopause has occurred. And it's important to note it is a normal physiologic event. What's interesting is the average age, right around 50, 51, is pretty consistent both across different countries and across time. For a long time, it's been the average. And it's interesting to note here in the United States of America, we have this baby boomer generation who are booming. There's an estimated 40 million women who will reach the menopause by this year. It's interesting because that statistic was published years ago when 2020 seemed so far away, and here we are. And it's a phenomenon involving or affecting over 1 billion women worldwide. So again, with that color gradation at the bottom, giving this idea of a menopausal transition, I'll then draw your attention up to this table, which gives some very detailed information about the defined stages of the menopausal transition. I'm going to briefly go through each of those stages one by one. So in our mid-40s, women are in the reproductive stage or late reproductive LR. And that's when there's pretty much regular cycles for those women who are cycling regularly. And then moving through time, when women start to have some decoupling, some irregularity in cycles, that's when they're classified as in the early menopausal transition, or ET. And you'll see in the bottom right there of that table that women are around age 47 or so, and this is the beginning of perimenopause. And then in the late transition on the left side of that table, this is a key moment, and you'll see that fire down at the beginning of the late transition period. That's when symptoms really start to flare up, so to speak, with hot flashes, night sweats, and other symptoms. And I want to draw your attention to the middle of that table. Again, that final menstrual period is a really important line in the sand, so to speak. It's an important date because on average, 2 years before the final menstrual period and 2 years after, so a 4-year bracket of time, is when things go haywire for some women, and that's when symptoms, if they're going to be intense, tend to be at their most intense. And then after we have, again, that final menstrual period, we're in the early postmenopause, the first left side of that table. So that's 4 years post the final menstrual period. Women are still often experiencing some symptoms then. And then mercifully, later in the late postmenopause, 4 or more years after that final menstrual period, when women are around 56 or so years old, is when the symptoms tend to abate. But again, I want to highlight that sometimes women experience symptoms for up to a decade. So it's a really potentially challenging time. This cartoon demonstrates 2 snow people talking about, oh, poor Millie, that was one heck of a hot flash, she's totally melted. And one thing to note is that we often hear about hot flashes, night sweats, with respect to menopause and the menopausal transition, but there's much more to the transition than that. And most women experience more than one symptom. And symptom clusters are a really important concept that's been studied quite a bit in the literature regarding the menopausal transition. Now, symptom clusters are when an individual experiences 3 or more symptoms concurrently, and there may or may not be a shared etiology or cause. And the Seattle Midlife Women's Health Study is a beautiful study spanning over 30 years, an observational cohort study of women, both before, during, and after the menopausal transition. And what they found in their data set is that a common symptom cluster is comprised of hot flashes, sleep concerns, mood concerns, cognitive problems or concerns, as well as pain. So those 5 symptoms tend to hang together or cluster together. very briefly, what's interesting is that the symptom cluster literature started in oncology, then moved to be utilized again here in the menopause information space. You see symptom clusters discussed with irritable bowel syndrome, Gulf War syndrome, and what we typically see are sleep, mood, and cognitive concerns, and then plus or minus other symptoms. So again, here with hot flashes and pain. But there are other important symptoms that women experience. There could be urogenital changes, such as vaginal dryness, urinary changes, cardiovascular changes. What I've seen in clinics, I find very fascinating. Women who often had low blood pressure or even just normal blood pressure previous to the menopausal transition, all of a sudden are dealing with high blood pressure and hypertension. So that's a real problem. And then there can be, of course, bone density changes with either osteopenia or porosis. But I want to highlight there's really more to this than meets the eye with, it's not only about symptoms. Of course, symptoms are really important. They're quite bothersome. But this transition, I've used the jargon from biomedicine because it's handy to have a known vernacular to make a bridge between different concepts or different traditions. So I would say that this is a biopsychosocial transition, and others say this as well. So of course, biologically, we have hormone changes, which I'll speak a bit about in a moment. There are psychological changes. Women are often may experience anxiety and depression. But really importantly, this is a social transition. For many women, they're in the sandwich generation. So that cartoony picture at the bottom, you'll see a woman holding onto a baby carriage and onto her elderly mother's hand. Often women in the menopausal transition are raising children, helping take care of elders, and often working as well. So within that, there's often, of course, a lot of stress, and that will not help any of those symptoms typically. And then for many women, this is a time of self-concept changes. What does it mean to no longer be potentially fertile? The closure of that door on childbearing years. And there are different social role changes. In some cultures, it's a time where a woman is in great esteem, happily. And in other cultures, it's not so great, where women that are menopausal or postmenopausal become invisible. And that obviously would not be very pleasant. So I want to speak exceptionally briefly regarding some cultural differences and similarities. I've just highlighted 4 countries, of course, with SAR taking place with Kiom hosting. I wanted to highlight what the literature from the Republic of Korea highlights, as well as Japan and the PRC, and just a little bit about the US as well. So in Korea, many women seek herbal medicines for symptoms related to the menopausal transition. And a survey of Korean medical doctors thought that, interestingly, Jiaowei Xiaoyao and Jiaowei Guipi were very useful formulas, which I certainly have found to be the case as well. And women also receive acupuncture, moxibustion, and cupping. In the PRC, People's Republic of China, interestingly, there's a couple of terms that are used. One, and I will not pronounce it because my Mandarin is so rubbish, but this end of menstruation, the Juejing, and Gengyanjing, or Qi, I did try to pronounce it, the transition between middle and old age. So again, there's that idea of a final menstrual period, this line in the sand, and talking about that clinically, as well as this transition time. Quite interestingly, women are thought to be vulnerable to irritable outbursts, which are to be allowed, but also managed carefully, was documented in one research study that I found. And it quite interestingly to me, because it's not something I hear women in the US saying very often, but in China, women are really happy. They welcome the end of menstruation. And there's a lower prevalence of hot flashes in many studies comparing women in China with women in the United States and Canada. And hot flashes are not associated with embarrassment, according to the study. And that, again, was very interesting to me, that often women in the US are very embarrassed when they get a hot flash and sweaty feeling. In Japan, there's also terminology regarding the cessation of menses, and then when symptoms start to appear. So this idea of a transition. And this time is associated, quite interestingly, with body aches and self-restraint. And the body aches, we saw pain being a part of that cluster identified by the Seattle Midlife Women's Health Study. Much like women in China, this study found that end of menstruation was welcomed by women in Japan. And again, that shoulder stiffness or body aches are more common, fewer hot flashes, and they're not as embarrassing. In the US, it seems women are suffering over the whole, according to one recent study. 75% or so of women will experience vasomotor symptoms, 60% or so will have urogenital symptoms, and 45% of women or so may experience psychogenic symptoms such as anger, irritability, anxiety, tension, and so forth. So I'm going to speak briefly about the state of the science, looking both at menopause and the transition, I'm only speaking about natural menopause, not menopause caused by surgery or chemotherapy. So I looked, like my colleagues had mentioned as well, I wanted to search through various literatures and found there's really quite a bit of information in the information space on menopause, ranging from a couple hundred papers in CINAHL to 300-400 in PubMed and thousands in Google Scholar. Oops, I'm going the wrong direction, pardon me. So like my colleagues, we've all wanted to be consistent across our presentations. I looked at the whole of the evidence pyramid, and I've filled that information in here. We do see on the left, of course, textbooks that indicate how we should be treating our patients who may be experiencing symptoms related to menopause. We have check marks up and down the list, and then we have kind of a spotty or smattering of research studies ranging from case studies to RCTs, clinical guidelines, and systematic reviews. I'm going to spend my time highlighting several really important RCTs, and then I'll briefly speak about clinical guidelines. So what's interesting is there's three pivotal, seminal, germinal, used with different vernacular that may be fitting, studies on acupuncture for particularly hot flashes, but happily each study did measure other symptoms as well. The first key study being conducted in Norway, publications around 2009. More recently, a study published starting in 2016 that was conducted here in the United States. And then even more recently, with publications just last year, was a study, the ACOM study that was conducted in Denmark. So the AcuFlash study conducted in Norway in 2009, they looked at primary outcomes at 6 months, and they found non-significant findings. And this is really key because it was, again, the first really big study to hit the press. And I, as a clinician, it was before I started my PhD, I was devastated by these findings and puzzled because I thought, goodness, this really surprised me. It's not what I saw in clinic. And then quite interestingly, the two more recent studies, the AIM study from the US and the ACOM study from Denmark, both showed significant improvement in hot flashes, vasomotor symptoms, as well as in secondary outcomes, quality of life, that's QOL, improved sweating, and so forth, at different intervals, which is important to note. So on the far right, the ACOM study was at 6 weeks. So, you know, right away we see some improvement, but then the AIM study looking 6 months out really did see also improvement that was statistically significant. So in terms of sample size, that first study from Norway had 267 people that were randomized to either acupuncture that included self-care advice or a control with only self-care advice. The AIM study enrolled 209 women that were randomized either to acupuncture or to a control that was a waitlist control. And then interestingly, those two studies, both AcuFlash and AIM, provided individualized treatments according to TPM or team diagnosis, whereas the ACOM study had a much smaller sample, only 70 women. They were randomized either to acupuncture or to a waitlist control, and they had a fixed set of points, as you see there in the middle right of that table. Long-term outcomes, again, that first study from Norway, the AcuFlash study at 12 months, what wasn't significant before still obviously would not be significant, and that's what they found. And happily, both the AIM study and the ACOM study found statistically significant and clinically significant benefit at 6 months out and at 29 weeks, 5 or so months out. So recently, in 2018, there was an umbrella systematic review published. I want to note there were 3 systematic reviews published prior to that, so we really have a lot of high-level evidence on this topic. But this one they had, again, they incorporated the data from the 3 prior systematic reviews and then added in 4 additional randomized controlled trials. And they did find statistically significant improvements in acupuncture compared to no acupuncture. And those improvements were documented with vasomotor symptom frequency, so how often women are having hot flashes and night sweats, as well as vasomotor symptom severity, how miserable they perceive those to be. And also health-related quality of life, that last acronym there, was statistically significantly improved. But I want to highlight, and this came up in Dr. Helen Rubin's talk and others as well, acupuncture compared to no acupuncture, we see a very robust effect size and very significant, we see very significant findings. But when they compared the acupuncture to sham acupuncture, those effects evaporated and they were either non-significant or just small effect size. And of course, for those of you who are generating the literature, conducting studies, as well as reading studies of acupuncture across topics, we all know, of course, the very important topic of sham acupuncture, the controversy surrounding it, and that it is not an inert sham. So we obviously see that yet again here in these studies. So clinical guidelines are, I have to say, a little bit under-inspiring. I don't think they really reach the goal of what I would personally see as a clinician who has treated women experiencing menopausal transition symptoms for many decades. It tends to really work, but we're not seeing that in the evidence, and that is reflected in the wishy-washy guidelines. So for example, in terms of menopausal symptoms, NAMS, the North American Menopause Society, which is one of the two key societies internationally, they have indicated in their guidelines that acupuncture can be offered to treat vasomotor symptoms, but it's basically no better than placebo because of the sham control controversy I just was describing. That's absolutely taken up in how guidelines are written and the evidence they're reviewing. And I have highlighted the American College of Physicians pain guidelines, which I'm sure everyone in the audience is familiar with, from 2017. This is not specific to menopausal women or to pain experienced by women at all. It's across men and women who are experiencing chronic, acute, or subacute low back pain. But we all know acupuncture is a first-line intervention there, so it certainly would apply to midlife women. So in terms of mechanisms of acupuncture action, you know, honestly, what I like to think about is the fact that the acupuncture intervention and moxa and cupping, whatever we're able to deliver, but here I'm just only speaking about acupuncture. When acupuncture needles are inserted into the body, there's a whole symphony of a cascade of effects that happen. It's not just we're needling to have one effect physiologically, right? There's a lot that happens. So I very briefly just indicated a few things here on this in the next slide. What's interesting about hot flashes is we actually scientifically cannot explain them. It's very frustrating. We have some information, we're learning more every year, but what happens is we have what's called a thermoregulatory zone. Women and men both have this. And so that's the temperature at which we will have goose flash, or we get chills, and the temperature at which we will have a heat flash or we'll sweat. That thermoregulatory zone narrows when we go through the menopausal transition. So we're easier to chill and we're easier to sweat. And what's curious is that the bottom of the slide, calcitonin gene-related peptide, CGRP, is thought to mediate that thermoregulatory zone change. And also, acupuncture is thought to affect CGRP. So that might be one mechanism of action of how acupuncture could affect hot flashes. There's also acupuncture's effect on the opioid system, and there's some beginning evidence for connections between the opioid system and CGRP. So more is to be determined scientifically on that. And as I believe it was Dr. Levitt mentioned earlier, there's a mountain of evidence indicating acupuncture's effect on the endocrine system, neurotransmitters, and of course those will all affect our mood as well as sleep, and musculoskeletal change. There's again a lot of evidence on that. So of course we have limitations in the literature. So in terms of literature on acupuncture for hot flashes and other symptoms, much like I think it was Dr. Helen Rubin had mentioned, there's heterogeneity in terms of scales that are used, heterogeneity in terms of acupuncture dose. So it would be terrific if researchers regarding hot flashes and other symptoms experienced by women in menopause could have a rule of thumb. Which scales are we going to use consistently across studies, and what kinds of acupuncture doses do we think are relevant? What's really interesting is that menopausal transition staging is rarely used. That staging I mentioned earlier regarding late reproductive, early transition, late transition, early postmenopause. None of the studies I've ever read actually do demonstrate the staging of women. They'll typically note, oh, we included perimenopausal and postmenopausal women, but that's women across that whole spectrum, right? And there's changes in hormones, changes in symptoms, changes in menstruation with women menstruating that could be relevant to really dialing in with more precision how we're studying these phenomena. And of course, across all topics, I think, regarding research of traditional Chinese medicine or traditional East Asian medicine, we rarely see pragmatic studies looking at TCM and TEAM as it's practiced in clinic. Happily, the AcuFlash and the AIM studies did allow for differential diagnosis. AccuFlash only allowed acupuncture. The AIM study conducted in the US did allow moxa and cupping, but none of them allowed acupuncture as well as herbal medicine, which that's what I did day in and day out. And so again, if we could have some ideally pragmatic studies that look at practice, how it's actually delivered, but even having practice-informed studies of efficacy and effectiveness, I think would be terrific as well. And of course, we all know sham. It's not a sham. It's not inert, but we all need to realize the care we need to take in designing studies, because if we have sham as a control arm, that typically does render weakened effect sizes for the acupuncture arm, and then that's taken into account by our colleagues who are making evidence guidelines and all the rest. So there are some additional limitations that I think that might be relevant to clinicians I'd like to mention. Of course, in the best of scenarios, if we're able to work with patients over a good period of time, it's a good fit for the patient-practitioner dynamic, then we as clinicians are always longitudinal scientists. We're following our patients over time. And I think longitudinal designs in research would really make a lot of sense for that reason. So we could see what are the trajectories of change? How do women's symptoms maybe increase and worsen and then get much better? Having a more nuanced picture in our research design, I think, would be terrific. And also maybe we could see, if we have a series of sessions, do women do better with booster sessions? I haven't seen that in the literature yet. And then thinking about, you know, as a clinician, I honestly, to be frank, used to fall asleep sometimes when I'd read research. And I think as Claudia who mentioned that, sometimes clinicians find research boring, but I'm hoping there will be utility. And one always useful possibility for clinicians to make use of research is to take it back to your colleagues, to talk with your colleagues, physicians, nurse practitioners, massage therapists, etc. Talk about the evidence, both regarding safety and about efficacy and effectiveness. That can be really useful. And also, I think for clinicians to, if you feel inclined to get involved with research studies, your clinical expertise is of golden value. It should be of golden value to research design. And at the very least, we can point to our textbooks, which I've copied here again, all the little check marks of what's indicated in our textbooks, the symptoms that are relevant to take into account for differential diagnosis of women through the menopausal transition. And I've not seen any mention in the literature so far, what I reviewed, regarding eye issues or tinnitus, constipation, diarrhea, nosebleeds. And those are all things we'd be keeping an eye open for as clinicians. So recommendations, again, I think bringing research and clinicians together to inform rigorous design where we have some clarity about which scales to use, including clinicians in the process, will be really helpful. And I do think it would be very important to classify women by menopausal transition stages to have better pinpoint clarity of our sample and the sample characteristics. Again, I really do think trying to incorporate complexity in our design of research, because the interventions that are delivered in practice are inherently complex. They're multimodal, happening over time, etc. And I also think that including assessments beyond symptoms are really important. So if we can have either urine, buccal swabs to have specimens to look at changes in hormones, changes in serotonin, dopamine, etc. in this setting would be tremendous, as well as inflammatory markers, I think would be really important to study, including psychological measures, but also social measures. Again, this is a key transition for women that is not only about symptoms, but also about her role in her society, her family, and community. So with that, I'm going to stop my talk, and we are now going to transition to a live Q&A. As my understanding is, attendees are welcome to present questions that you have for our group via the website. So go to the official homepage, post your questions for us, and we'll be happy to answer them. So we're going to pause for just a minute while our colleagues in Korea get all the tech set up, and thank you for your attention. we are getting ready to launch our Q&A. Just going to wait a moment as we've got, here's our rest of our colleagues joining us. Thank you. Just going to wait a moment as we've got. So we've got like a double thing going on here.
You're the host as well as yourself, so you're the host as well as yourself. So
keeps telescoping. Maybe Kate, do you mind fielding the first question, which is the lifestyle advice based on evidence-based regulating hormones? Do you mind fielding the first question? Maybe Kate, do you mind fielding the first question?
you might need to turn off one of your things, Lisa.
Yeah, both of them show me as mute.
Okay, I'll see if that if it works if I field the first question. So I received a question in the chat box about. I'll see if that if it works if I. Oh, it's doubling up now, Lisa. Okay, shall we try that? The question was around the lifestyle advice based on evidence-based regulating hormones. Very interesting. Could you share the source article if available? There isn't a source article about hormonal regulation through lifestyle advice. This has been through years of reviewing the research evidence that I have culminated that information. But it does seem that the common thread is that there's a lot of evidence around the activation of the vagus nerve through that lifestyle advice. So breathing, yoga, and other hormonal releases that are a consequence of the activation of the vagus nerve. And that's an interesting area of research that does point to lifestyle advice for us. So there, even with physical touch, that activation of vagal afferent fibers and the oxytocin system is also how the lifestyle advice is connected to that hormonal regulation. And so those lifestyle changes indicate a complex hormonal system that mainly apply to 4 different hormones, which are the oxytocin system, dopamine, serotonin, and endorphins, which I've heard referred to as the dose, get a daily dose, which is the dopamine, oxytocin, serotonin, and endorphins. So that's how you remember those hormonal regulations which come through lifestyle changes. So that's, hopefully that can answer some of your questions, but it will require a little bit of research to find out all of those, all of that background research to all the hormonal systems. And I think Lee was a second question. Can I pose that question to you? So a second question, thank you for your very interesting presentation, specifically acupuncture's effect on PCOS. Could you let us know the frequency of acupuncture used in the trials? For example, every day for 4 weeks versus once a week for 4 weeks. That would be most wonderful.
That's a great question. The problem is there's so much heterogeneity in the literature about that. I went and I just did a quick, when I saw the question, I went and did a quick look about the frequency of sessions that have been investigated in the trials, and it varies widely. Often the frequency of sessions per week is 2 times a week, but the number of sessions in each study can range from 4 weeks for the whole study to 16 weeks. So that could be up to 32 sessions. So you can see that there's a broad range. I do think you can, from a clinical perspective, like from my own experience and just even from looking at this literature, PCOS is a really difficult disease to address. It's a syndrome rather, to address. It's going to take time. It's not going to reverse after 4 weeks of treatment. I think that it is realistic to expect that you're going to be seeing someone from 16 to 32 weeks. Will you see them twice a week? That I really can't tell you, other than we're seeing these changes on several biomarkers when they do frequency of treatment at twice a week. I hope that answers your question.
Could I ask a follow-up question, please, Lee?
Yes.
I've seen some interesting research from an Australian colleague, Mike Armour, who has done some dosage studies for endometriosis and looking at that, like you were saying, with the once, twice a week, and seemed to be twice a week was found to be more effective than once a week. In your clinical practice, do you see, that's what I've observed in my clinical practice, for PCOS, do you think from clinical experience, would you recommend once or twice if it's convenient for the person? Is that, what would you talk about with dosage? If, say, everything was convenient, what would you recommend as for dosage?
That's a great question. I think we really have to think about the duration of effects with the acupuncture. I don't think we fully know what that actually is. I would agree with Mike Armour's results in that if we see someone more frequently, if it's convenient for them, if they can actually have the insurance reimbursement, as would be the barrier here in the United States, to actually attend that number of sessions, it would be worthwhile. But is it realistic to expect a patient to continue to go twice a week for months and months and months? I don't know that that's realistic. My experience has been for at least the first 2 months, maybe 3 months, I would see them two times a week for a while, and then scale down to once a week if we start to see that things are becoming more regulated. But again, I think it's important to be responsive to the patient's needs. The evidence isn't keeping up with clinical practice here. I think that's important for us all to really acknowledge. And I think the third thing is just that we really set the expectation that this is not a condition that rapidly responds and therefore changes.
I think that brings up a related question in terms of dose, in terms of adolescents, Kate. If you think that adolescents need the same dose as adults or less, what are your thoughts there, Kate?
Again, like Lee, I didn't see anything in the literature about it, but from personal experience, adolescents, their energy changes very quickly. And it's what I see in pregnancy too. Things change very quickly, and it seems as if they respond very quickly. They don't have the overlay of years of a lifestyle or medications or those sorts of things that you have to unwrap before you get to the central problem. And so teenagers or adolescents seem to respond quickly. They also get bored quickly. So a 45 minutes, half an hour to 45 minutes is well enough, and then they're kind of getting a little bit fidgety and they want to get out of there. So bringing the dosage back, and when you go a little bit over, it seems like there's an overtreatment. They get that tired, overtreated. You've gone too far. So I think less is more for adolescents, definitely, and for children. Children's treatments are, you can be 5 to 15 minutes, and then adolescents, I think half an hour to 45 minutes is plenty. They don't want for the same lie down rest that maybe older people do.
The exhaustion of midlife and beyond. We might have time just for one last question regarding pregnancy. Deborah and Claudia, what would be your top priorities in terms of topics to research?
Right, so I'll just jump in first. Quickly, I would say those with biomedical markers, those that Western medicine has not yet got great solutions for women in their care, and both all of your colleagues agree on this, not just myself. Things like the preeclampsia, the babies that are growth retarded, the gestational hypertension, diabetes, all the things that we see in clinical practice that we think are so interesting that have such potential. And Claudia, I'll hand over to you.
I think it's really important to look pragmatically at pregnant women who see longitudinal care, that we keep carving up these little bits of pregnancy as though they're separate pieces, and just to look at cohorts of how they do when they're under the care of acupuncture, Chinese medicine as a whole system throughout the journey of the pregnancy, and what their maternal and fetal outcomes are, I think is a really important question. Also, I'd like to see more on the amount of oxytocin use.
Thank you. Well, I'm not sure where our colleagues are at in terms of schedule in Korea, but I want to be mindful of the overall schedule and just thank everyone for listening, for watching the video, and thank you, team, for a really tremendous Women's Health Symposium. Thank you, everyone. Good morning, good night, goodbye. But I want to be mindful of the overall schedule and just thank everyone for listening, for watching the video, and thank you, team, for a really tremendous Women's Health Symposium. Thank you, everyone. Good morning, good night, goodbye.
Yeah,
select the
they can.
speaker's name,
Yeah.
and then they can comment. And then we have. And see what kind of questions are collected. So I will share that.
Hello, my name is Myung-Suri from Kiom. It is great honor to chair the second plenary session of the Kiom SAR 2020 International Research Conference. I wish the success of the conference. We will have 3 speakers for this session and live Q&A session after third presentation. If you have any question for the speakers, please leave comment at the website. Now, let's begin with the first present. It's my great pleasure to have with us Dr. Chen Zheng. She is Associate Professor at the School of Health and Biomedical Science at MIT University, Australia. Dr. Chen's research focuses psychophysics of pain and use of acupuncture for pain management. During her National Health and Medical Research Council Translating Research into Practice Fellowship, Australia, she led multidisciplinary teams successfully implement acupressure for post-operative nausea and vomiting in Victorian Hospital. And she has since developed a framework to enable further implementation. She will share the process of implementation, discuss the barriers and facilitators, and explain framework. She will give a presentation on implementing acupressure for post-operative nausea and vomiting, a case study and model for implementation. Hello, Dr. Chen. Thank you for joining us.
Can't hear you. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to firstly thank the organizing committee to invite me to speak at this important conference. I would like to also thank SAR and Kiom for making this conference online and free to everyone. And that will greatly benefit our society and the community to enable our colleagues around the world to take part into this important conference. So this afternoon, I would like to share with you our experience and learning in implementing acupressure for post-operative nausea and vomiting. We conducted a study in Melbourne, Australia. This is a collaborative research between MIT University and Northern Health, and it's funded by Australian government. I would start with evidence practice gap and explain the science behind the shifting the gap to close the gap. And then I will explain to you about our case study. And finally, I would like to show you our proposed framework to facilitate translating acupuncture research into post-surgical care. I'm sorry about some of the broken words here because of the system difference. Post-operative nausea and vomiting affects 30 to 50% surgical patients. Post-operative pain affects over 90% patients. These top 2 surgical complications are very common, and they are not completely satisfactorily managed. Dr. Man Jen, after me, is going to explain to you the current status, why acupuncture still has a role in those management. So our focus on our implementation study. So there's level 1 evidence supporting the use of acupuncture for both postoperative nausea and vomiting, and postoperative pain. And this intervention has been included international guideline for both situations. For postoperative nausea and vomiting, it's actually as early as 2003. We use POMV as an example. It is called big little problem. Little because it's not life-threatening usually, postoperative nausea and vomiting. It's big because it's very common. It is common, it's also greatly impacting on patients' satisfaction about their surgery and their experience. Also, quite often, patients cannot be discharged from hospital because they are nausea and vomiting. And for that reason, and POMV quite often prolong the hospital stay. In 2015, this Cochrane systematic review found in 59 trials of nearly 8,000 patients, they found acupuncture to PC6 NAG1 reduce POMV by a third, reduce antiemetic use by a third, and it is similar to antiemetics. Now, this review go on as far as says, compared to the last update in 2009, no further sham comparison trials are needed. So that's to say, compared to sham acupuncture, acupuncture is effective, or acupressure on PC6. And it is only non-drug intervention in the guideline for POMV. So you think, now we have evidence, and what do we need to do next? I'm wondering, in Western country, oh, sorry, there's a little problem with this. You're wondering, Western country, will patients be willing to use acupuncture? So to answer this question, we conducted a patient survey of 161 surgical patients in Australian hospital. Only 15% of patients know acupuncture can be used for post-operative nausea and vomiting, but, but when we tell them acupuncture is effective for POMV, 87% would be happy to try acupuncture, in spite of them knowing we're going to use needles. And people who have previous acupuncture experience were 4 times more likely to say yes. So now you see we have evidence, we have patient willingness, why acupuncture, acupressure are not used. So this is a question by anesthetists all over the world. Like 2011, people from Germany, Strasbourg, and Kranke said, at the very least, acupuncture could be incorporated with existing regime to boost effectiveness of traditional antiemetics. As recent as 2015, anesthetist from Germany says, it is surprising that simple non-pharmaceutical techniques such as acupressure wristband are not more commonly used. So why is that? And how can we move forward? So we would like to provide a vision for how POMV can be managed in the future. I use Australia as an example. Annually, there are 2.5 million surgeries in Australia. And a very conservative estimation, 20% of patients have nausea and vomiting. That would be ended up with 500,000. With current management, we might reduce that to 150,000. And if we plus acupressure, and that will be further reduced. So by just simply give patients acupressure, we will be able to reduce the suffering of 50,000 patients per year. Now, if we say the baseline risk is about 40%, then we can reduce suffering of 100,000 patients a year. So our vision is, in future, patients has a choice. They could use medication, or medication plus acupressure, or acupressure alone to manage POMV. And more importantly, for people who have high risk, usually their POMV is about 80%. We want to reduce risk to 40, even further down. So now how do we close this evidence to practice gap. We have not only systematic reviews, clinical guidelines, we have all of that. Why is not into practice? Now the question is how and when research becomes practice. In this landmark paper in 2003, and the researchers found out in the United States, only 55% of patients received recommended care. So on the one hand side, a larger number of patients do not receive recommended care. On the other hand, and there's a long delay, like 17 years between research evidence to practice. And why this is the case? We all naively believe once we have evidence, it will be naturally being taken up, people will use it. It's actually not this simple. This transition is not a natural process, it's actually a process of cognitive and behavior changes of patients, healthcare providers, healthcare system, and government. As you can see, whenever we talk about cognitive and behavior changes, and that's very difficult coming to. So to facilitate that, there's particular science called implementation science. It's specifically to help this transition. So it is scientific study of methods to promote scientific systematic uptake of research findings and other evidence-based practice into routine practice, and hence to improve the quality and effectiveness of health services. So our acupressure study, we conducted the first systematic implementation of acupressure for POMV, guided by implementation science framework to fill the gap. During my research, I found that actually acupuncture and acupressure has been mentioned in a couple of hospital guidelines, but people have not reported the whole process, how they done the implementation and whether the implementation is successful and what are the factors. So we document our journey and learning, and we establish a framework to improve the repeatability, transferability of this innovation. So the model, I quite like Gonzalez's model. There's a lot of frameworks to translate evidence to practice. This particular one's focused on health intervention. So between the evidence and practice, a big gap, a big question mark. So what is in this box? So there's 3 levels in his model. At individual level, we have providers, patients, public. At healthcare delivery model is hospital, clinics. And at higher level would be government and insurers, etc. So the implementation could come from bottom up or top down. Now, typical example, the top-down approach is about wearing masks during COVID-19, and in Victoria, where wearing masks are mandatory. So this is a top-down approach. And there's a system in place to reinforcing that. And people who do not wear masks will be fined $200. Now, because it's a top-down approach, there's some weakness because the people the public may not like the idea. So there's still people very much resist it. As you can see, the combination of top-down and bottom-up approach probably a better approach for any implementation. So in our implementation, we adopt this model. We have 4 stages to identify barriers and enablers, and also to address those at each stage. So now I'll take you stage by stage of our implementation studies. And ours, as you can see, would be actually bottom-up approach. So stage 1, we are exploring and understand better about different needs. And with stage 2, we did a pilot study that takes about half a year. And stage 3, we implement. And stage 4, we post-implementation. So stage 1, exploration, we mainly look into the team composition, forms of acupuncture, staff and their view, and the patients, if there's internal need to improve POMV. If the hospital has managed POMV really well, what's the need? There's probably no need. And the readiness for change, Mind you, the hospital we're implementing this is called Northern Hospital. It's in the north part of Melbourne. It's a fast-growing hospital. It's a medium size and provides service from acute care to subacute care to maternity. So to identify team, we followed surgical patients and to see who are the people involved in the prevention and management of PONV. So patients arrives at day procedure unit and there's pre-surgery assessment. In the theater, PONV is prevented. In the recovery, PONV managed, so it's on the ward. So the whole journey and could involve surgeons, anesthetists, and nurses at different stage in different units. Secondly, we identify what's the ideal form of acupuncture. In the literature, there are many different forms of acupuncture that's being tested for PONV. There's needle, there's manual acupuncture, electrical, acupressure wristband, there's the electrical stimulation, and there's auricular acupressure. So we conducted extensive literature search to find the pros and the cons of each and communicate with the team. So just quickly summarize the stage 1 in exploration. We established a multidisciplinary team involving Chinese medicine practitioners, researchers from RMIT University, and also we involved surgeons, anesthetists, and nurses from different units. And through communication, we found the doctors have concerns about needles, and they're worried about acupuncture needles get dislodged somewhere during surgery. So in the end, we come down to acupressure. We select auricular acupressure and bilateral wristbands to enhance the effect. And we also conduct hospital survey, found about 80% of staff actually support this initiative, and 60% patients are weaning. And our hospital survey auditing also found that PONV and incidence is pretty high. We think people with moderate to high risk at 50 to 60%. So that's relatively high. So there's room for improvement. We also did our readiness for change and to find out where are other barriers and facilitators. So after all of that, and this really provide a positive background of moving forward. We think we could now start to prepare for implementation. Now, first thing we need to understand whether acupressure is feasible in this perioperative setting, and so we need to do a pilot study. Unfortunately, existing literature hasn't provided enough information for us about what other factors we need to look into, so we have to try it out. And Jenny Layton will later on explain to you what's happening in the literature. Doing a pilot studies also help us to enhance doctors and nurses' awareness about acupressure. We also need to decide who, when, and where to use acupressure. And in the end, it's not like we're going to employ acupuncturists in the hospital to implement acupressure. It is we're going to teach either doctors and nurses to use acupressure to help patients. Other things is hospital guidelines and various barriers we need to look into. So, just quickly summarize. The first thing we need to use FAME approach to find is acupressure feasible. We applied acupressure to 73 patients. We're looking into feasibility, appropriateness, meaningless, safety, and the procedure issues. Through that, we actually find out acupressure, auricular acupressure, probably not feasible because this can be very painful for some patients. And patients are also worried about losing the beads. Bilateral wristband is not feasible because often in hospital, in surgery, you have one hand will be used to IV line, and some patients, the other hand will be used for arterial line. So in these cases, and the other wristband will be cut and thrown away. So we find out in the end, unilateral wristband is very easy to implement and it's feasible. And we did a literature search and find out that there's no big difference between bilateral wristband and unilateral wristband in terms of effectiveness. There's a number of other issues we found that wrist size. People have carpal tunnel syndrome, obviously they can't use. People have arthritis around the wrist, and people who are very sensitive to the wristbands are not suitable either. So though some issue has been reported in the literature, but others have not. We just have to find out ourselves. So after those preparation, and there are other important steps, the first thing is, not everyone going to use acupressure because it's relatively expensive, and only people who are moderate high risk can need it. But we don't have a risk assessment tool implemented in hospital. There are standardized risk assessments, but the hospital does not document that. So the first thing is we need to have a documented POMV risk assessment and patient consent, and who will implement it, a hospital guideline if the intervention is not within the hospital guideline, and then there's professional indemnity issues. And the hospital documentation, and you know, patient are wearing wristband going to surgery, that need to be documented in the whole stage. I'm sorry, this writing looking a bit funny here. So in the end, we implemented a patient self-checklist to save the time of nurses and doctors. And the nurses who admit patients to surgery on the day would implement acupressure. And the acupressure, the hospital developed new guidelines to enable the use of acupressure. And also a number of operative checklists and anesthetic charts have been modified to reflect the use of acupressure. So that's a great step forward to change the hospital documentation and the guideline. So this is our patient POMV checklist. That's quite simple. This paper is published, so you can look at that. So at stage 3, we implemented. We actually implemented 2 things. Implemented POMV checklist, also implemented acupressure. The acupressure is applied before surgery, and the patient can wear up to 24 hours or to 72 hours if they wish. So the nurses who involved in the study was very happy to see patients going home with wristbands. And to implement something, there's a lot of strategies need to be involved to improve this uptake. Education, we develop education package, we deliver education sessions, and we were on site to help for the first couple of weeks, and we did auditing, we gave feedback, we did reach. So we did multiple interventions to improve this implementation and this uptake. We set priorities and goals, we engaged in the management. Having the management involvement is very important. And the Grimshaw in 2012 did a systematic review, compared lots of interventions in terms of knowledge translation. And the opinion leaders is very important. And their effectiveness size is higher than those training and reminder. So then we did post-implementation auditing to looking at the use of POMV risk checklist. That's what I said. And we found it's quite easy to use for patients, and actually is improved identification of high risk of patients by 5 times. And we're looking at the use of acupressure in appropriate patients. And we're looking at the effect of POMV and use of medication. This is in poster 42. You might want to have a quick look there. So, what our implementation study does is, existing clinical trials conducted by many other peoples have provided evidence and efficacy. But from this evidence to transforming practice takes about 20 years in the case of acupuncture, maybe longer. And the reason for that is there's a lot of barriers. So our research is to identify where the barriers, clinician attitudes, capability, patient willingness, current POMV status, how feasible acupressure is. So translating this it's even harder for acupuncture and acupressure because it's not another drug. So there's a lot of safety concerns and system issues. So our study enriched this evidence in efficacy and safety, and we're looking to more feasibility and replicability and repeatability and adaptability. Through this, and we facilitate implementation. So we finally developed a framework to enable seamless integration of acupressure into management of PONV. We hope this framework will help transforming practice, will encourage other people to adopt more translation. So you can scan this QR number and QR code and to check our website. We call it POP for ease, stands for, it should be perioperative acupuncture for easing discomfort. I quickly show you, there's 4 stages. We use the IPIS system or framework here, and looking to stage 1, exploration, preparation, implementation, and sustainment to systematically identify the barriers and enablers. We have a lot of documents there to help you going through that. In that, we also use the consolidated framework to help to identify the barriers and the facilitators. I want to talk more. So these are references, and this is the team. We have a team from RMIT University, from Chinese Medicine, Nursing Design, and we have a team from Northern Hospital, Wanda Stelmack. She's the Divisional Director of Surgery, and she's the Principal Investigator at Northern Hospital. And we have people from anesthesia and nursing staff from DPU, recovery, and other area. So just quickly, this study is funded by HMRC and Australian government funding, and also funding from RMIT, and also funding from C-band, where where the wristband come from. And I will leave it here to say each of us can make a difference. Together we make changes. This is from Barbara Mikuski. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, please type in. I will answer at question time, or send an email to me at RMIT. Please visit our website. Thank you.
Thank you for your excellent presentation. With so many insightful information, Dr. Cheng. Next, I'd like to invite Dr. Man Zheng. She is Director of Department of Anesthesia, Jiangsu Provincial Hospital of Traditional Chinese Medicine, has over 25 years of experience in anesthesia and pain medicine. She is passionate about the evidence-based practice. She leads a team of anesthesiologists and acupuncture practitioners examining the role of acupuncture in perioperative care. She will talk about the timing and significance of acupuncture in perioperative setting, research, and perspective from anesthesiologists. Dr. Chen, please begin when you are ready. Dr. Chen, we cannot hear you.
We have a big hospital, more than 2,500 inpatient beds, and more than 5.8 million annual outpatient cases. In my department, anesthesia, operating room, and some of my staff. As you know, I'm an anesthesiologist. My colleague and I are all Western medicine school graduated, did not receive traditional system Chinese medicine training. We have now more than 50,000 cases of anesthesia every year and more than 8,000 cases of outpatient in pain clinic. The anesthesia method is similar to other general hospitals, but in the management of perioperative complications, we have been working with acupuncture department to reduce PONV, post-operative nausea and vomiting, post-operative pain and chronic pain. All over the world, anesthesiologists face familiar problems such as post-operative pain, PONV, gastrointestinal dysfunction, sleep disorder, and so on. These complications may affect the recovery of the patient, especially in China. Patients with complications and discomfort are hospitalized. Such complications extend the length of stay and increase associated cost. We are all concerned about this kind of research and read a lot of paper. Meta-analysis by Shen's team as early as 2008 assessed the effect of acupoint stimulation on post-operative pain, showed pain relief and decreased opiate use. And in 2015, Lee's system analysis showed that its effect and worse trying PC6 acupoint stimulation in patients. PONV incidence decreased, and emetic drug demand decreased significantly. In the field of anesthesia, the American guideline on PONV is well adopted by many countries. In both 2014 and 2020 version, acupoint stimulation is recommended as a non-drug prophylaxis. And the recent research literature reports are more common. We have gained some consensus on the application of acupuncture to reduce complications. However, problems still exist in the application. For example, how to choose acupoint and the type of acupuncture, manual, electric, how to choose the application time before and after surgery, the number of the treatment time, if the patient willing, they are all uncertain. Xiu's review from China in 2015 summarized the benefits of perioperative acupuncture. Just this picture illustrated. Our team did some research in this direction, focus on reducing PONV, improve gastrointestinal function, and relieve post-operative pain. From this part, we made several attempts. Some patients investigated feasibility style study prior to trial was carried out, and systematic analysis was made on acupoint selection. 2 clinical trials with larger sample have been carried out. One of them was completed. It has achieved certain clinical efforts. First of all, a survey of surgical patients. The purpose of our survey was to investigate the attitude of the patients undergoing elective surgery towards the application of acupuncture to reduce perioperative complications, and we also want to identify the possible factors that influence their attitude. 176 adult surgical patients completed the survey. 1/4 had experience about acupuncture. 1/3 thought effect. Nearly half of them are willing to use acupuncture for PONV and pain. Patients who were professional or with better education were more willing to use acupuncture. A majority of patients would follow doctor's advice about the acupuncture. So education is important in China, especially in my hospital. And for acupuncture point selection, there have been different views. acupuncture doctors prefer to select acupoint away from surgical trauma site. To this end, we have done a wheel of an open abdominal survey and how acupoint were chosen, such as distal or proximal. A system analysis was carried out. Our object was to assess and compare the effect of distal and para-incision stimulation on post-operative pain in open abdominal surgery. Medline, MBase, Cochrane, and all Chinese databases were researched to identify eligible RCT. Intensity of post-operative pain, opiate consumption, and related data were extracted and analysis. 35 trials were included, 17 for study distal, 17 for para, and only one combined of two approaches. No study that directly compared the two approaches was identified. Subgroup analysis show that both distal and para stimulation significantly elevated post-operative pain from 4 hours to 8 hours after surgery. Para-incision stimulation showed a better reduction in post-opiate consumption. No study compared the effects of combined para-incision and distal stimulation with either mode alone. Both distal and para were effective in reducing post-operative pain. Then, clinically, we conducted pilot studies in two specialties, gynecologic and thoracic surgery. In this randomized control trial, we aim to investigate the feasibility and effectiveness of preoperative electroacupuncture, delivered 24 hours before surgery, on POMA and post-operative pain in patients undergoing gynecologic laparoscopic surgery. 40 patients divided into two groups, UC group, Eurocare, EA group with electroacupuncture. With EA group received EA at bilateral PC6 and ST36 within 24 hours prior to the surgery. The incidence severity of POMA and pain were recorded at 6, 12, and 24 hours after the operation. Time to first flatus passage were also recorded. The study demonstrated that one session preoperative EA within 24 hours before the surgery is well accepted by the patient. Patient happy. Easy to be administered by acupuncture doctor. Is safe and has multidimensional effects on post-operative recovery, including pain and including motility of gastrointestinal tract. Another pilot was performed to assess the effect of EA on post-operative gastrointestinal recovery in patients undergoing thoracoscopic surgery. 60 patients include EA group, divided two groups, EA group and Euro group. EA group patients were given bilateral EA and 3 acupoints, PC6, ST36, ST37 at 3 time points. Before surgery, 24 hours, and after surgery, 4 hours and 24 hours, treat EA. The outcomes were acceptability of EA intervention, incidence and severity of abdominal distension, and time to first defecation include POMA and pain. We also include duration of hospital stay. The patient acceptance was good, and abdominal distension and defecation time of EA group advanced. This study also demonstrated EA treatment may serve as safe, acceptable one for promoting recovery of the gastrointestinal function after this kind of surgery. Based on the pilot, a clinical study of a gynecologic larger sample RCT was carried out and completed in my hospital. We aim to evaluate the effectiveness and safety preoperative EA on the incidence of PONA and severity of post-operative pain in gynecologic patients undergoing laparoscopic surgery. The study also compared the effects of EA administered at different preoperative time points. 413 patients undergoing the surgery were randomized into 4 groups. EA group, before surgery, 24 hours, that's group pre. Group 30, 30 minutes EA before surgery, and both combined group 1 and 2. And group just Ura care, no EA. The incidence of PONA at 0 to 6 and 6 to 24 hours after surgery were primary outcomes. Secondary outcomes include pain, such as requirement for antiemetic medication after surgery. At 6 to 24 hours, the incidence of PON in group pre and group com was less than group Euro. POA in group pre and group 30 were less than in group Euro. So preoperative EA stimulation at ST36 and PC6 significantly reduce the incidence of PON and POA and rescue antiemetic use within 24 hours. No significant difference were detected among the 3 EA group. However, when compared with group Euro, group pre had consistently lower incidence or severity of PON and POA when PONA peak. So our study in gynecologic surgery suggests that EA is effect calm. Patient acceptance is high. It's worth recommending. And strengthening EA again had not seen significant advantage, no advantage in my clinical trial. And although recently in the field, surgery and our anesthesia area has improved significantly, many problems and related complications still bring us and my patient trouble. No matter what kind of method, what kind of medicine, it is difficult to solve, such as opioid is good, can solve pain, but can also cause a lot of complications, nausea, vomiting, addiction, and so on. After pain, after surgery, still affects some patients. We combine acupuncture and other measures to reduce this kind of problem, reduce related complications. In the field of anesthesia, some consensus has been achieved. We prefer acupuncture. Acupuncture complication is very safe. Acupuncture application is very safe, few complications, easy to operate, has a good foundation in China, widely used in surgical anesthesia patients, worth of promotion. Of course, still need extension education. Finally, to sum up, evidence about the safety and effectiveness of acupuncture in PONA and post-operative pain. Preoperative acupuncture is effectiveness in hospitalized patients. Our clinical trial confirmed this. Our patients acupuncture are happy about this kind of time. Optimal time still need verification. Of course, different anesthetic, different surgery, different area, region, this is still worth exploring. In my hospital, we recommend pre-operation. Nearly half patients in China are willing to use acupuncture. if we can education and spend more time communication with our patients, there will be a larger proportion of patients be willing to accept acupuncture. Yes, that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Chang, for sharing important information about acupuncture in post-perioperative setting. Now, I'm pleased to introduce the last speaker, Ms. Jenny Layton. She has worked in Australia as an acupuncturist since qualifying in 2000. She came to Peel through studies in biological science as well as Tai Chi and its philosophical underpinning. Jenny has always been interested in progress toward a deeper understanding of mechanism of acupuncture for both physical and psychological health, completing a Master of Science by research degree in complementary medicine in 2018 enabled her to pursue her interest in acupuncture research and highlighted a potential benefit as well as complexity of integrating acupuncture into best practice mainstream healthcare. She is going to talk to us about practice and research challenges in translating acupuncture into perioperative setting for us today. Please welcome Jenny with big round of applause.
So my name is Jenny Layton. I'm an acupuncturist in private practice. I had the opportunity to take part in Dr. Zheng's implementation project as part of my master's degree. So thanks to Dr. Zheng and Director Zheng for their talk showing the huge amount of work they've done in this area. If someone can let me know when it's time to go ahead, because I can't hear the host.
Jenny, we can hear you and you can talk.
Right to go?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I'll be talking today, I'll be looking at the feasibility of acupuncture and acupressure in the perisurgical setting. I'll be using the idea of feasibility as a way of understanding and potentially shaping the space between what we'd like to do and what it's possible to do. Now, I know there are some great examples around the world of acupuncture within mainstream hospitals, providing complex whole systems care, but we don't currently have that in Australia. So I'll be drawing on what the research can tell us about feasibility, as well as on my experience as part of the team implementing acupressure within an Australian hospital. So in day-to-day clinical practice, decision-making considers not only the best available evidence, but also the context, the needs and preferences of the individual patient, and the professional judgment and expertise of the health professional. The idea of feasibility is central to this. If an evidence-based treatment is also feasible, it's more likely to be delivered. One tool for exploring feasibility is the FAME framework by Pearson and colleagues, where FAME stands for feasibility, appropriateness, meaningfulness and effectiveness. And by considering all these aspects from the start, the evidence quality might be deepened enough so that it can ripple out through the processes of evidence synthesis, then transfer and lead to utilisation. So the FAME framework includes feasibility, which is the extent to which an intervention is practical within a context. Appropriateness refers to how well the intervention fits into a situation. Meaningfulness describes how it's experienced. Effectiveness is how well it achieves results when it's practiced as intended. We looked into acupressure because this was the modality chosen by the hospital as the safest and simplest option, and this in itself gives us information about what was possible in that setting at that time. We reviewed studies of acupressure at pericardium 6 for the prevention of post-operative nausea and vomiting after surgery, under general or regional anaesthesia. We collected any data that related to the domains of feasibility, appropriateness, meaningfulness, as well as effectiveness. The results could be either quantitative or qualitative and were synthesised according to the FAME framework. We found 33 studies of pericardium 6 acupressure with 4,591 participants undergoing various surgeries. Acupressure was compared to sham in 28 arms of the studies, to pharmacological antiemetics in 9, standard care in 7, transcutaneous electroacupoint stimulation in 2, electroacupuncture in 1, and needle acupuncture in 1. 3 studies compared pericardium 6 combined with antiemetics to the medications alone. All 33 studies provided data for meta-analysis of effectiveness. 24 of the studies mentioned qualitative aspects of feasibility in their findings or discussion, but only 7 reported quantitative data. Examples of feasibility would include capacity, such as is the resource available, what training or equipment is needed, and also practicality. Is the intervention compatible with surgery and peri-surgical care? We saw in our hospital that patients were under the care of multiple people through their stay, from the admitting nurses, anaesthetic nurses, anaesthetists and surgeons, to the nurses in recovery and on the ward. And all of these had to be capable of managing the acupressure, so they all needed some training. And cost effectiveness will also greatly influence feasibility. So in all these studies, acupressure was delivered by nurses and anaesthetists. 2 studies reported that training was provided by qualified acupuncturists. And the capacity of the clinicians will obviously impact on the complexity of the treatment that's possible in that scenario. In terms of resources, most studies used elasticised wristbands with a plastic bead applying pressure to pericardium 6. 9 studies used adjustable Velcro type bands, while 1 used a stick-on strip and 1 used manual pressure. In terms of practicality, one limitation was that the elasticised wristbands were a single size and too tight for people with larger wrists. Most studies didn't give detail about the interaction between acupressure and surgery itself. Issues that were raised related to the structure of the wristbands encircling the wrist. As Jen mentioned, intravenous and intraarterial lines are often inserted close by for drug infusion or for monitoring, so there is potential for the bands to interfere with this. To avoid these complications, in 12 studies the bands were applied to only one arm or only after surgery. One study reported that drug infusion was impeded in 2% of cases. In 2 studies, the forearms were raised 60 degrees to avoid this problem, and most studies didn't mention the issue. Anecdotally, at our hospital, we were told that some wristbands were removed at the start of surgery and then replaced at the end. We also observed that sometimes the bands couldn't be taken off due to the intravenous lines that were inserted distal to them. 2 studies reported protocol adherence, and this ranged from 62% with the bands applied before surgery to 94% with bands applied after surgery. No data was collected relating to cost effectiveness. Fewer people in acupressure groups needed rescue antiemetics for nausea or vomiting after surgery, but this potential cost saving wasn't quantified in any of the studies. 2 studies reported no difference between groups in length of hospital stay. No studies recorded the time commitment required to apply acupressure or any other impacts on workflow. The second domain of feasibility relates to appropriateness. How well does the intervention fit into the setting? Is it clinically appropriate? So this could include questions such as how much of a problem is post-operative nausea and vomiting in this setting? How is it currently managed? And are the patients being discharged after day surgery without antiemetic medications? Is it acceptable? Is it transferable or adaptable within these situations? It's also relevant to look at the mechanism of acupuncture, since this can help us to understand how it might interact with the physiological changes that occur with surgery, anaesthesia, or medications. Studies mention appropriateness in qualitative terms, such as being a useful adjunct where medications were not available, not tolerated, or not effective. The need for longer-term or post-discharge therapies was mentioned in 3 studies. 2 studies confirmed that acupressure was a greater benefit when used in higher risk populations, such as women or those with a previous history of PONV. Most of the studies used no pharmacological prophylaxis, and this is less common in modern surgery. Studies spoke of the simple and mild nature of acupressure as a positive. Kwon's 2015 study suggested that cultural factors might lead to high acceptability in a Korean population. And we've also seen, as Jen mentioned, that interest is quite high in Australia amongst patients and hospital staff. And while people with larger wrists couldn't use the elastic wristbands, the bands themselves were highly adaptable in terms of when and how they could be used, such as pre, post or during surgery, remove and replace them if they felt a bit tight, and possibly add additional manual pressure. The third aspect of feasibility, which is meaningfulness, this relates to the experiences of the patients and staff and the meanings that they ascribe to these experiences. This could include recovery, adverse effects, satisfaction with care. Eight studies reported aspects of recovery, including the side effects of surgery, post-operative pain, and no difference was found between groups. One study reported an insignificant reduction in the time to oral intake from 4.5 hours to 2.5 hours in the acupressure group. From the patient's perspective, this might be clinically significant. No studies described major complications or side effects from acupressure. 8 studies reported minor side effects in up to 1 in 3 people, mostly to do with the constricting effect around the wrist, such as tightness, tenderness or swelling. Studies also mentioned that the bands were inconvenient to some people, and a couple of more serious side effects were found, such as blistering, paresthesia, carpal tunnel-like syndromes, but these were very rare. Now, meaning will vary according to who and what is being asked, and most studies didn't ask about this aspect. 2 studies reported significantly improved patient satisfaction in acupressure groups, while in another study, slightly more patients preferred standard care. And few studies asked what clinicians thought. One qualitative statement was very positive. From the perspective of the surgeon, there are fewer complications, better surgical results, less time dealing with the complaints and with the care, increased productivity, happier patients and less stress. So the final aspect of feasibility is effectiveness, referring to the effect of the intervention when it's used as intended. And before I get into results, I just want to touch on the validity of the active and sham treatments. Now, pericardium 6 is not the easiest point to use, located between the tendons of the wrist, one of which might be missing, and the surface location shifts as the arm rotates. The 2 studies included photos showing the band slightly in the wrong place, and even when it is correctly located, the pressure bead often sits across the tendons rather than between them, and to move off the point as the forearm rotates. Now, Claudia Sitkovits has also written beautifully about how acupressure is a useful technique in the hospital situation, but how acupuncture points are not buttons that can just be pressed to gain an effect. Instead, they should be mindfully accessed, connected with, and activated. Now, the other relevant issue is the validity of the sham technique. As a sham point, quite a few studies used the dorsum of the forearm. Now, this is not inert. This is probably Sanjiao 5, and one study pictured and described the location of Sanjiao 6. We know that the Sanjiao channel, and these points in particular, have a normalising effect on gastrointestinal function. In fact, some other PONV studies have used Sanjiao 5 as an active point. So all that these studies can really tell us is that pericardium 6 is more effective at reducing nausea than Sanjiao 5, and then only sometimes. And nothing about sham, which often seems to be just bad acupuncture. So taken together, this could indicate that the effectiveness of pericardium 6 might be underestimated in this data. Nevertheless, studies showed that incidence of nausea was significantly reduced from 38% in sham or control groups to 29% in acupressure groups, with significant heterogeneity. Vomiting was reduced from 24% in sham or control groups to 15% in acupressure groups, moderate heterogeneity. And rescue antiemetic use was reduced from 24% in sham or control groups to 18% in acupressure groups, with significant heterogeneity. Pericardium 6 acupressure was found to be equivalent in effectiveness to 6 different pharmacological antiemetics for both nausea and vomiting, and with very low heterogeneity. The combination of acupressure plus medication reduced the incidence of nausea compared to medications alone, and this was only tested in 3 trials. Now, in conclusion, we only get answers to the questions that we ask. And while we have reasonable evidence of the effectiveness of perisurgical acupressure, there's limited evidence of feasibility because these aspects are generally not assessed. Feasibility will be modified by the context, so there's not one right answer. We need to look at the patient, the surgery, the antiemetic and analgesic protocols, the capability and the preferences of staff and patients, and the point stimulation techniques and protocols used. There's a lot of uncertainty about what's the best modality and technique for stimulating acupuncture points for PONV, what's the best timing, dosage, and protocols. But the research seems to tell us that even the most simple options have something to offer. And sometimes limitations in one scenario can be strengths in another. Dimensions of feasibility are intertwined, and changes in one aspect will impact on the others. By exploring the ways that these interact, we may be able to strengthen that ripple effect of change and create more accessible, flexible and resilient, as well as effective treatment options. So thank you. I need to acknowledge the support I've received from the Australian Government, RMIT University, Northern Hospital and C-Band. My references. And now I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
Jenny, thank you for sharing the challenges of acupuncture for perioperative setting. I believe that we should put more effort to solve the problem altogether. Now, let's see what kind of question we receive for the participant. Three of you presented excellent, and there is no special question for your presentation. I had the question about presentation of Jen. You presented in the method, you have the 20 sessions of knowledge translation. Does it mean some education session, or do you have any special content for the knowledge translation? Jen? Jen, you did 20 sessions of knowledge translation in your method. Is it like the education session or any special content for the knowledge translation session? Yeah, in your method, you had 20 sessions of knowledge translation. I cannot understand what the knowledge translation session.
Joys of Zoom.
Or my another question is what?
I can't see any questions on the question sheet.
Jen, can you hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
I can hear you now. Well done.
Yeah. You had 20 sessions of knowledge translation. And I have a question about what was the knowledge translation session? It's like education or?
Yeah. So when I say knowledge translation, it's just the education session, really. So we tell them a bit. Surprisingly, a lot of people in the hospital, especially nurses and surgeons, are not familiar with the POMV risk factors. So we have to educate them. There are 4 risk factors, and we have to educate them the use of acupuncture and acupressure. A lot of people, even anesthetists, do not know acupuncture and acupressure can be used for nausea and vomiting. So we have to educate them that and tell them what are we implementing, how are we implementing that. Yeah.
Another question is, you said pure envoy risk patient. Do you have any standard to divide the risk?
Yeah, their standardized tool has been used in anesthesia for a long time. The one we use is called APFEA score, which is validated, including 4 factors, like being female, had previous nausea and vomiting, post-operative nausea and vomiting experience, or had motion sickness, a non-smoker, and the last one is using post-operative opioids. So these are the 4 factors. For every factor, the incidence of the chance of getting POMV increased by 20%. So when someone has 4 factors, the chance is about 80%. So that's very high.
Thank you. I also have the question to the Manjang. We actually, there is a translation technical problem, and we had not the slide from her. And I would like to ask you to summarize your study in the point of the timing of acupuncture treatment for the patient.
So, it's for me?
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah, I mentioned. Yes, you mean that during time, we use EA for every patient? Every patient, we treat the patient use EA 3 minutes for every patient.
And before
duration,
you have the 4 group, and three group receive the pre-operative acupuncture treatment, and you divide the group before the day before and just before the operative surgery. And would you explain more details?
Yes, you mean the first study or I mentioned last one? We had done completed 3 studies. The first one is divided 2 groups, and every patient in EA group, we treat a patient. You mentioned last study? Oh, yes, thank you. Last study, we divided in 4 groups. The first group, we treat the patient before the surgery 24 hours. And the second group, we treat EA, the patient before the surgery, 30 minutes. And the third group, we treat the patient with EA before 24 hours, before surgery 24 hours, and before surgery 30 minutes. So the third group, we treat the patient with EA 3 times. Yes.
And which group is more effective for the pain reduction or other outcomes?
Yeah. Yes. It's the we still submitted, still unpublished. It's just which one? Yeah. Sorry. We think the EA, the 3 group, nearly same. The 3 EA group is same, nearly same. Yeah.
Okay.
We compared. Yeah.
Thank you very much. We still
thank you.
have no question from the floor. And I have a question to Jenny. You did good systematic review for this topic. And I would like to know, as acupuncturist, you have any barrier to translate it to the practice in your some trial, in your trial? Do you have, can you share the knowledge with us? How to overcome?
Yeah, so as an acupuncturist, looking at the clinical trial data, it was seeing that the acupuncture or the acupressure delivered in hospitals was not delivered by qualified acupuncturists, but by nurses or anaesthetists. I think the biggest barrier to translating acupuncture into hospital care is the fact that there are no acupuncturists on the staff in Australian hospitals. So the interventions that we can translate with a lot of work are very simplified, and yet, as we found with systematic review, they are still helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I add to that?
Yeah.
It's difficult because it is not just implementing acupuncture the way we like. It's a clash between Eastern and Western. It is, you have to reduce acupuncture into PC6 stimulation. And PC6 stimulation, you can't even use needles. You have to use the acupressure band. As Jenny said, the band can move. So, so using postoperative pain and the nausea and vomiting are good examples because they're acute situation. Unlike chronic situation, you have many patterns because they're acute and symptom relief. So potentially those are easier to be implemented than looking at other health conditions. As Jenny said, the evidence is what doctors and nurses really look into. So in the end, the result of implementation, the effectiveness of implementation, usually it would be less than the clinical trials, and because of these many reasons. Yeah.
Actually, in every field, the implementation is very important and hard to achieve. But you did a good job. And do you have any suggestion or some tip to overcome the implementing the evidence to practice or trials?
So from our understanding, the first thing is evidence, and no matter how effective individual practitioners think the acupuncture is, when you want to convincing the other side and the Western medicine, and they come to evidence. When we're talking about evidence, they talk about systematic reviews and clinical trials. And when you provide that, and people still want more, say, what's the mechanism for action? So in our survey, it was very interesting. A lot of nurses was asking the mechanism for action. So that's the first thing, is to be able to, knowledge translation is very important. Surprisingly, acupressure has been in the POMV guideline for nearly 20 years, and still a lot of anesthetists do not know, and they're there. So we haven't done a great job at knowledge translation, and I do think it's the Chinese medicine, acupuncture, or Oriental medicines people's job to translate this evidence. So I think the first thing. And the second thing is very interesting, is the patient's needs, and the hospital has to listen to patient's needs. So if you have, say, patient want this, and then the hospital has to consider that. One of the reason we were able to do the implementation was I think the staff there are really inspiring, and I was surprised when we first proposed this project to the hospital, to the head of surgery. And she was very enthusiastic, this one that was very enthusiastic. And I asked her, I said, why you're so enthusiastic about this implementation? You're a surgeon. We're talking about acupuncture. And she said, the surgical patients are already using a lot of medications. The less the medication, the better. And this really highlights the needs of patients and of the staff, what the staff thinking as well. So I think that's very important, yeah. The knowledge translation, getting the people, they call it opinion leaders. So a lot of those head of the department, they are opinion leaders, and their support are extremely important. And Graham Shaw, in her systematic review, they said their effectiveness was about 12%, compared to education, probably only 6 or 4%. So you can see the significant difference. That's how I would think. Dr. Zhen and Director Zhen and Jenny might add to that, because that's a really good question.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone to talk more about your research or some suggestion for the future study or other country to help to implementing the evidence to practice? Is there anyone you can talk? Jenny?
I'm back in clinical practice now, so that's where my future lies. I would love to see acupuncturists within hospitals being able to use their full scope of practice. So whatever issues come up, for individualised patient care, giving patients a choice of the modalities that they would like to use, whether it's anxiety or pain or nausea, or just wanting to be able to get up and be a bit more active. I'd love to see acupuncturists being able to help patients with that aspect of their care. But I'm not sure how we get there. And I think that's where the feasibility comes in. What interventions are feasible in what circumstances, and hopefully by describing and understanding those aspects of the treatment but also of the context, we might be able to create a more receptive healthcare system.
Thank you. Professor Menjang, do you have any comment?
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's a very good method for anesthesiologists all over the world. We should cooperation with acupuncture doctors. It's worth. It's a better effect if you would like to try. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Jen, do you have any comment or?
Yes, I have some comments. I also saw some questions here for Jenny and me. The question for me, one is in English, another one is in Korean. So if someone might translate that Korean. So I would like to see, because we established this framework, and I like to see more and more people go to use this framework and to help them implementing. And the other things that Jenny highlighted, which is I also would like to moving forward with, and anyone who's interested, please contact us. It's about, as Jenny mentioned, the feasibility, the FAME approach, looking at how feasible we can translate evidence into practice. As you can see, there's so much gaps in the literature. People don't report. If people don't report, and we do not know, this is not helping implementation. So I would really like to see there's more standardized approach to report acupuncture research in perioperative care. If we all report the similar information that required for translation, it's going to make translation so much easier. And I think that's very, very important. Now, I have a question here, say, can Australian nurses perform acupuncture for their patients? In hospital, if they get a hospital guideline, then yes, they can perform acupressure for their patients. In clinical practice, I think depending on whether they had the training or not, it's all come down to their professional indemnity. Yeah. There's a question for Jenny, I think. Can you see that?
Can't see it.
I can't see.
Can you see?
No.
The question said that you mentioned the consumption of antiemetics reduced from 24 to 18%. Was the cost of the reduction more than the cost of acupuncture, acupressure in total?
Yeah, it wasn't recorded. It wasn't described in the studies. They didn't attempt to quantify the cost savings, but you would think that there would be, and it would depend on the dose as well, whether people had one dose or multiple doses, because then if they're having multiple doses, the wristbands would become more cost effective because they can be used over the hours or days following surgery. So that's one of the things that we really do need to know would be useful, but that there was no attempt to quantify that in the study.
Yeah, sorry, I missed the question. Jen, you have the one question.
In Korea, yes.
Yeah. He or she is have a question about do you do any acupuncture or acupressure during the surgery?
In our implementation, the acupressure was put on by nurses before the surgery. So the band will be worn throughout the surgery for about 24 hours. And we teach patients, say, if it's too tight, take it off anytime you like. Give yourself some rest and put it back on when you need it. So we were excited by some observation that patients on the ward, and they press the band themselves when they feel like they feel sick. So it kind of, you have that sense patient can empower themselves. Yeah. No, yes, to answer the question, yes, in our implementation, the acupressure band was that during the surgery.
There are literatures in previous research that using acupressure during surgery performed by nurses or using acupuncture during surgery.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you so much for your contribution. Three of you inspire us to do implementing acupuncture in the surgery patient. Now, I'd like to close the plenary session 2, the last program of today. Tomorrow, the primary session 3 will begin in 9:30 in Korean Standard Time at the main session channel. Also, the workshop 1 will begin at 9 a.m. in Korean Standard Time at the concurrent session. After this, we will have plenary session 4, Symposia Session 3, oral presentation for basic science and clinical science. I hope to see you all tomorrow morning. Thank you very much. And thanks again for the 3 presenter, excellent presenter today. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.